So, for some of you who don't know, I am the illustrious Perry James, and you're watching Hashtag Truth with Scott Larson. Cut! Somebody get that Zuckerberg guy on the phone. We gotta get Larson shut down.
Watch it all fall down around you now. Was it ever really worth it? Having your kingdom crumble to the ground because you never had the courage. Stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up, stand up.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to tonight's edition of Hashtag Truth. Unfortunately, ADD Jamie Lee had a work schedule problem. It's the Christmas holidays. They're having them work over, so I can't blame anybody for working at their shoot job. So I invited Mr. HBT from the Straight Up Wrestling Show, and I also invited the Saint from the Wrestling Wire. See, I'm saying it right now, Saint. I'm getting it right. The Wrestling Wire.
It took a year, but it's fine.
That's
we're
cool.
good.
what did I keep calling it?
The Live Wire, or
Yeah, the
something,
Live
which
Wire
was a Mountain Dew variant. If you had to call it LimeWire, it'd have been the website everybody used to use to download MP3s and porno back in like the early 2000s.
I remember those days.
I'm sure you. Well, yeah.
Heck, the Napster days, the LimeWire days. Of course, man. I'm that old. Come on now.
Yeah.
So what's going on, guys? Alexander Polk, what's up, Alexander?
Get it
So
done.
how you
Let's
guys
get
doing
going.
tonight?
Pretty good, man. Pretty good, Scott. Appreciate you calling us, man, and reaching out to us. Talk a little bit about wrestling. Hey, that's what we do.
That's it.
Get
That's
out here,
it,
run
all
our
three of
mouths,
us.
man.
Now, your partner, Christopher Burton, the only reason why he's not on tonight is his shoot job. He's working right now, so
Exactly.
or we'd have all four of us on here.
Yeah, I would love to have him, but hey, the show must go on, man.
There you go, man. I want to start off right now. I know you did a review already, Harry, but I want to talk to the Saint a little bit too about. We just had a pay-per-view come through. AEW's Full Gear. Did you get to watch it, Saint?
I watched it and I did a review of it last night.
Oh, you did do. See, my memory's horrible. So both y'all did reviews. Well, we're gonna do a third review on Hashtag Truth because I haven't got to speak my mind about it.
Well,
So what did you guys think of the AEW's? Let's start off with Harry. What did you think of it?
It was okay. I mean, Scott, it wasn't their best. I mean, they have put together some great pay-per-views. And, I think it was, if you compare it to probably like the first four of 2022, the first three that they did in 2022, I say it was a little lackluster, but it was good. Overall, I thought it was pretty good. It was a little bit above average. So, it wasn't anything that's going to knock your socks off, knock you out the box, but it definitely delivered.
So what do you think, Saint?
I'll go with Harry's on that one because truth be told, I fell asleep a couple times during the show, but
I did too.
And it's not that it was bad and boring and it made me fall asleep. That's not at all the case. It more or less was just, dude, I've been burned out since last weekend. So, the previous weekend.
Right.
People don't realize what, the kind of toll it takes on the road and working shows and stuff like that. Trust me, I ain't asking for no sympathy because you can normally find mine in the dictionary between shit and syphilis. So but in general, as it goes, it wasn't a bad show. I'm pissed I missed Jamie Hayter winning. That I'm all about. It had its highs and lows for me. It had its things that didn't make sense storyline wise, which I'm a story guy. I love a good story. The style of the matches isn't my style, but it's not terrible. It's not bad. I thought it was a decent show for what it was. I watched the main event with one eye open like this, sitting here in this chair. It was.
I've been cracking the joke
night.
all week. 25 wrestling matches, and but it was pretty good. I have to get your guys' take on this. Starting off the pay-per-view. Now I know they had a pre-show and they had a couple matches then, but starting off the pay-per-view with a cage match, was that good? Was that good, or did you think it was kind of crazy?
Started off hot. You started off hot and you get everybody's attention, and it's like, oh crap, we're coming in, because you saw the cage lower on the pre-show. So they did that with intent. Right. People were watching, they were like, oh crap, cage match is coming. I got to buy it right now. Click, 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 click. They went nuts. It sent their buy rate through the roof to start off hot. That was the smartest thing they could do. It's no different than look at some of the past WrestleManias. You've seen Brock Lesnar open up WrestleMania with a world title match. Right. No different. They do it on, they've done it on Dynamite. They do it everywhere. It's all about that initial pop to get them in the door. You got them in the door now. Who gives a damn about the rest of it? You done made the money off the opening.
Well, the thing is, go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, I mean, Ron, as a DJ, you DJ too, right? I mean, as a DJ, you want to basically get that crowd going. You want to get that dance floor popping right off the bat. So, them starting off hot, that's the thing. That's the thing now. Everybody is about starting off hot, getting things popping from the get-go, because today's attention span is so short. You don't catch people, man, within that first, I guess with wrestling, within that first few minutes, man, it's basically over. It's like, it's like producing a song or whatever. If a song come on the radio, that song don't get you within the first 15, 30 seconds, man, pretty much, you're gone. So, so Ron, what Ron is saying there, man, makes a lot of sense. Start off, and man, I'm pretty sure it shot their buy rate through the roof, man, straight up.
Well, when I saw the cage at first, and my daughter was sitting right behind me on the bed here, we were sitting here watching it on the computer, and it was like, wow. I mean, the whole match was amazing. I love the first match. The first match was my favorite match of the night. I have to say it. It was my favorite match. I'm a Jungle Boy kind of nut too, so I kind of like his wrestling style. But he comes out, and he started bleeding right away. I mean, Luchasaurus was just, basically killing him in the match. I mean, he had blood coming down, and when he went through that chair and he got up, and you saw that big bruise on the side, I had somebody comment on one of my things about wrestling being fake. Watch that match, see that guy go through that chair, get up with a bruise the size of his fist on his side, and talk to me about fake. I mean, I'm just saying.
you can't fake that.
Hey, no. If he said it's fake, tell him, ask him if he went and visited Tony Stark's grave after Endgame. Shut up.
Right.
Jesus God.
And then
did he participate in the election? Did he participate in the lotto? What do you want?
The only match of the night I really couldn't get into was the match that followed. I'm not into the trio stuff, man. I just, tag team, singles, it's all right. But when when does it end? 4s, 5s, 6s, 7s? Well, I mean, at what point do you end it? I mean, and then that whole match was just one stunt after another, one spot after another. Spot. I got tired of counting after a while. I think I counted like 15 in a row, and then I got tired of counting. I was like, well, never mind. And my daughter even started playing a video game on her tablet in front of her. That match bored her, and I was like, why are you doing it? Daddy, there's just too much stuff going on. I can't even follow this.
And they're doing a best of 7 series. Like logically. Yeah. I don't understand.
Gosh.
I understand why, but I don't understand why. Look, I know I'm going to catch hell for, because I'm not the biggest AEW guy, and everybody knows that. Right. But wrestling's wrestling, and I like to watch a little bit of everything. So, hell, we go to indie shows. We all three go to indie shows. A lot of them. at that, right? So with that being said, what you see at promotion A is one thing, and then what you see at promotion B is another thing, and then what you see over here at C, it may be crap. C stands for crap, and there we are, and that's where we're at, and we know it.
Right.
We as people who are A, involved, or B, of promoting, helping advertise or whatever,
Right.
for these shows, we know what's involved at them. So we know what we're getting. Whereas the audience, the fans, the people who are watching us, hey, out there on Facebook land, they don't know everything that we know about these shows.
Right.
So that's why, I've made it a point when I say, hey, you guys want to see some of the best stuff in the world? Follow me. Come here. Just come with me. I've offered to pay for people. I've taken people. I'm like, just you show up. Well, no, I told a guy at my work, I said, I'll make you a bet. I said, you come out to this show. You aren't entertained. You tell me, I'll give you your money back out of my cut because I'm working. I said, I'll pay you out of my own cut if you don't enjoy yourself. I bet people because I know what I'm getting into. I know the gamble I'm taking because I know what I'm working with. It's like playing the house when you're gambling at a casino. The house wins because you know what you're doing.
Right. Without a doubt, I agree with that. And what I'm liking is, and it was put out there a few weeks ago, and that's why I said it. I believe I did a call-in show or something, or it might have been during my rant this week. But one of the two, they had put out that they're sending specialists out. AEW is. And not letting anybody know who they are, and they're paying people to go to indie shows.
Right.
And they're showing up at indie shows, paying for, whatever it is to pay, go in and sit down. They're not looking at the shows. They're looking at the wrestlers. They're looking to see who's getting the boos, the cheers, who's got the, and they're going to start signing a lot more of these indies. AEW made it a point when they first came together and started making the show that we're going to see a lot more indie people. And I guess they're going to start. I guess Tony Khan is actually going to start, doing what he said.
But why? They don't have enough airtime now.
No, they don't.
Monday.
I think what they're going to do
Friday.
is, and I think the reason, and I'll let Harry talk in just a second.
Yeah,
I think the reason why they're doing this is I think they're going to start pushing the older talent out. I think the Stings are going to leave. I think they're going to end up pushing them. I'm telling you, they're going to go younger.
That's your draw, though. Sting is your draw. Jon Moxley is your draw.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you.
They're not going to get rid of. Jon Moxley is a draw.
Jericho is your draw.
He's not that old. He's not.
You're not going to drive down I-85 and say, "Oh, hey, look, Ricky Starks, who I believe is a phenomenal wrestler, fantastic wrestler, and his current track is looking great. Probably one of the best tracks he's got. Ethan Page, a fantastic wrestler, another one I really enjoy to watch. Guess what? You're not going to see them on the side of I-85 and go, I got to go, dog. We got to go. Pull. Man, Harry, you need to come on over here. We going. You ain't got, come on. I got you. We going. You're not going to do that. You're not going to do that with these indie guys. I'm sorry. You're not. We in the indies and the fans of the indies in the region, yes, we will do that because we know them. Right. We're going to pull over to see Drew Hood. We're going to pull to see Cam Jackson. We're going to pull to see these guys. You're not going to pull that off of somebody in Sacramento, California. They don't know that.
I think you're misconstruing what I'm saying. I don't mean the second that they get to AEW, they're going to start putting them on billboards. I'm not that dumb. But what I'm saying is you got these guys who are coming out of the indies that they're going to work, that are going to work under Sting and all them guys. They got a few now, but they don't have enough. But eventually they're going to, by the middle of 2023, they're talking about pushing a lot of these older guys out. You got like, I'm trying to think of some names. Hobbs, who's been on the show for a good part of a year. He just came out of indies. I just interviewed him a year and a half ago on #Truth. And he's on AEW.
Well, I mean, what Ron is saying, and I agree with Ron here. Now I can see somebody like Mark Henry, because all Mark Henry is doing is you see him on Rampage, and Mark Henry is saying enough talk. I can see Mark Henry. I can see Paul White. But as far as somebody like Sting, no. If you look at the pop that Sting got the other night, only person that I really saw, that really got that big of a push from the crowd was Bryan Danielson and MJF and Jon Moxley. So,
Oh, come on now. The rapper boys, they get a big pop when they come out too. Now you can't exclude them.
That's a reaction pop. That's a different type of pop. All right, so it's not because they adore them. It's because they are entertained by them. But if you had to deal with Max Caster rapping for an hour and a half, you'd put a gun in your mouth.
No doubt.
It's more funny than entertaining to me. I laugh at
right, but you're not going to buy an album from him.
No, by no means.
You see what I mean? That's a reaction pop. That's different than an honor pop like you get from Danielson and MJF and Mox. Jericho even gets that. Sting gets that. That's a fan pop.
Right? Yeah,
a reaction. There's different variables here.
Sting raised the crowd. The crowd actually stood up. That's the first time I saw him stand up, where everybody was standing up just about when Sting came out there. When he was behind, at the beginning of the match, when Jeff Jarrett was in there, and and Darby was like, and Sting was behind him. Everybody was standing up. Man, that's how much respect in this business that the man still has. He still have that superstar talent about him. He still have that superstar aura about him. And so, man, it's great to see somebody like Sting to continue to get that respect like that.
That brings up a great question, though. That brings up a phenomenal question.
Right.
And the question is this: where would Darby Allin be on the card if it wasn't for Sting?
Now, I'm a Darby Allin fan. I love watching Darby Allin. I think he is a phenomenal talent. I think he's, and I know the first thing everybody's going to say, he's a small guy. He's not built for the heavyweight championship. But his character screams heavyweight champion. To me, he does anyway.
Yes.
I mean, Jungle Boy, no. Jungle Boy, mid-card title at best. But with all the work that Sting has put into him, all the work that, some of the other wrestlers have put into him, including, man, my mind just went blank. But the leader of the wrestling show there, the one that was part of the triple, what the heck is his name? Now I'm going to get
Kenny
booed off my own show. Huh?
Kenny Omega?
Kenny Omega's even worked with them a little bit. But I'm just saying, their styles are different. But Kenny's going to work with the younger talent. He knows what he's got to do at AEW. All these older guys have to push these younger guys because they're not going to be around forever. I don't want to see Sting at 75 years old going into a ring and wrestling.
Of course not. Of course not. I mean, he probably got another 2-year run as far as being as a wrestler if he wants to continue to do it. Now, as far as Darby Allin, I think he will be used probably. I think he'll be Lee Moriarty's status to tell you the truth. Run as far as how many chances did he get if he didn't have Sting? I don't think he would get. I think his airtime, man, probably would be cut 60%, if not more. So I mean, Sting pretty much have kept this guy on that top rung of that ladder. Because without it, I mean, it's not saying, Scott, I'm not saying that Darby Allin is not an amazing talent for what he does. Now I'm talking about what he does. I mean, I enjoy watching him. I think he's a serious daredevil. I mean, I hate to think about what's going to happen to his body, 6 years down the road. I mean, he's going to really feel it. But I mean, he gives 100% every time he gets into that ring.
Oh, no doubt. But you can also flip that, Harry. You could also flip that and say, well, Sting isn't going to just, do that for any kid. So he had to have seen something in Darby Allin to want to spend that much time with him and to show him the ropes. Because if Sting didn't like him, if Sting backstage or if he had any kind of beef with them or Sting's got the clout to walk up to Tony Khan and say, hey, not this guy. let's move me over to this guy.
Well, and then you mentioned, you think he has a better chance of being heavyweight champion than Jack Perry, Jungle Boy, does, and I'm going to respectfully disagree with you there. And case in point was the match that opened up the pay-per-view. He beat Luchasaurus, which is one of the biggest guys on the roster.
Right. And made it look good. And
everybody looked good.
Right.
So that's where I disagree with what you said.
I can understand that.
But, either way, let's keep going with the card because we can keep going on with the hypotheticals forever. I'll have to go to work before we get done the card.
Okay, let's see. Let's go around the horn real quick and everybody say what their favorite match was. Mine was, of course, the opening match. My second favorite was Saraya coming back. Saraya, everybody is exactly. Everybody's doing what Saint's doing right now. Oh my gosh, why? I like the girl. I always have. And the thing that I liked about the match was she allowed her to do neck moves. She allowed her to go after that neck, and not a lot of people coming. I mean, even what you call it from WWE, Christian, not Edge. I mean, I said Christian. Edge wouldn't let people go after his neck right away when he came back, even though it had been years. Because he was afraid that, anything could happen. But she did some moves. I mean, when she did that pile drive like move on the apron and then did it to the outside, I was like, oh my gosh, this girl's really hurt. She hurt her again. But, that I guess it's the mark in me. I just appreciate her coming back, and I think her and Britt Baker are going to have a great rivalry. I think those two are gonna do it up on some pay-per-views. I know you don't like her, Saint. Go ahead and tell me you don't like her.
It's not that I don't like Saraya. I loved Paige, dude. I think Paige was the reason that, in my opinion, if it wasn't for Paige in NXT and WWE in her first run, then we wouldn't have the women's wrestling division, period, globally, that we have now.
Mm-hmm.
I give her all the credit in the world for that.
Now, that whole group of women in that NXT, gets props for that. But she was one of them, yes.
She was the first.
Right.
She was the first one. And then came Charlotte and Sasha and Bailey and what's the redhead? Becky. Came them four, right? So they were the four horsewomen. After Paige cleared the path, they walked it, right? In my opinion. And Paige wouldn't have been able to walk that if it wasn't for AJ Lee. And there's Natty Neidhart and a great slew of others. But anyway, I need somebody to quantify it for my logic-ridden brain. Because I am a male, and this is what men do. Men think logically. So I need somebody to logically apply the reason you would have your number one female, period, for your company, period, lose to somebody who's been outside of the ring for 5 years. 5 years. She's been gone. I don't care how great she was. The point is, you don't have to go over to get over. We know this. We know this. We see this. We live this shit. I'm sorry.
Come on, Saint. Do I really got to say it? Do I really got to give you the answer to that? The chase, man. The chase.
What chase?
She's going to have, Britt Baker, DMD, isn't going to take that line down. She's going to come back. Hey, this chick, she got one over on me. I could do the promo that's going to happen on the next AEW when Britt Baker gets behind the mic. She's been gone for 5 years. She got lucky. Anybody can get lucky. Tonight, let's go out in the ring. You know it's going to happen.
You could have had her go up against anybody else on the roster and make that logical point.
But why not
need it to be the number one? Okay, so bring some jabroni out of retirement who ain't been in a ring for 5 years and have him go beat Roman. Stupid.
No.
Do the same thing.
You're seriously saying Saraya is a jabroni?
No, I'm
not.
saying in general, bring
Right.
anybody
Right.
out of retirement and have them beat the top dog for India. It doesn't make sense, even
They
for the
almost had a
story.
YouTuber do it.
No,
I didn't like that. I didn't like them putting those two together. I couldn't stand it. So on which
I
one-
love the match. The match was
I- the
The
phenomenal.
match was
though.
phenomenal.
Yeah, the match was good, but I'm saying I did not like them putting that together because, like you said, it don't make logical sense for that matchup to be that way. And then, we did a prediction show, and we all predicted that Saraya, whatever, was going to win the match. We knew she was going to win the match, but you really can't make it make sense when Britt Baker still, even though she don't have the title, she's your number one female wrestler. She was on top for a long time, and she has the talent, man, to where she's going to beat somebody who's been out of the ring for 5 years. I don't care how spectacular they was back in the day. Paige, was a pretty good wrestler, but she, as far as her skill level, I don't think her skill level is so great that she's going to overcome that 5 years and beat Britt Baker right now. Now, if they could have did it where they could have got a double count out or something like that and have that thing build up, and then maybe two or three matches down the road, she beat Britt Baker. That's fine. And now, as far as what Scott was saying, the chase, it's really not a chase, Scott, because there's no title involved. I mean, so the chase is not gonna be unless Britt goes in and Britt gets beaten by Saraya again and again, a couple times, and then then Britt can come. You have that chase. Well, I got to go and I have to beat her, but it won't make logical sense. It'll make Britt look bad, and she's the top female in the company. It will make her look bad, and it'll just
What about this? What about this for a second reason? Because I'm sitting here thinking about this while you were talking.
Okay.
What about the safety reason? She's kind of scared for her neck. Why not put the best out there so that that safety-wise, she's not really going to get hurt?
That's the only reason to put them in a match together. Yes.
right.
But that doesn't explain Paige, Saraya, Paige, whatever. I don't
You
care.
can call her Paige. We all know her as Paige.
That doesn't give you the logic behind her going over, is my point.
Right.
You could have had her, to be fair, Marina Shafir looks like hell in the ring at AEW. She looks horrible in the ring in AEW, right? She's really not bad. She did fine in NXT. I don't know what happened from her career before and then NXT to now. Like it's bipolar opposite. It's that vast of a difference. You could have had that. You could have had her go up against Rebel. Even the girl who comes out with him, because that would have made sense to build to get to Britt. That there, I would have been sold on that. I would have bought that, and it didn't need to be a 20-minute classic. It didn't need to be this, this legacy fight. It could have been a good 6-8 minute, and we're gone. That would have been it.
Now, what if they would have done this? I thought about this also while I was watching it. What about having a 20-minute great match with those two, and then having somebody come in and cause Saraya the match, and then switch gears over to the other person? You know what I'm saying?
You're still making Britt look like she can't beat somebody who's pushing 40 and been out the ring for 5 years.
But again, I mean,
you're still
I
making
can
Britt
see your
look weak
point.
by that. I just don't. I don't like putting your top girl under. I don't like that at all.
I got you. I got you. Brino Royce said, "Boys, how you doing?" Wow, we got Brino Royce sitting here. I thought it was pretty cool. I looked on Brino Royce's page today, and this just popped up a little while ago. Go on Brino Royce's page, man. He has got merch going out. Check this out, guys. He's got all kinds of stuff, and I'm pretty sure if you go on kingenterprises.com, you will definitely find this stuff or go on Bruno Royce's page, and he's got the link right up above this picture. Go out there and support local indies wrestling. And Bruno Royce, man, Bruno Royce is one of our great superstars here.
Great.
I'm gonna be drinking a really fine drink out of that glass by Christmas. I should have got a drink tonight. Jeez.
I never come on without something.
I got water, but I mean an
gotcha.
adult beverage. So
Yeah.
Jamie Mayfield said, "Hey guys, what's up?"
What's up, Jamie?
And Thomas Scott said, "Hello guys."
What's up, sir?
What's up, Thomas?
What's up, Grim?
So, I mean, we could sit and talk all night about that, and that's a good subject to talk about. I see your guys' point, but I have to tell you, I love the match. I thought the match was
a good
great.
match.
It was a good match. It was one of the best ones on the card that I saw.
Right.
One of the best.
I want to switch gears. I know we didn't quite cover the whole thing, but we've already talked about it for over 30 minutes. I want to switch gears toward the indies.
Our best match though, but that's okay.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Harry. Go ahead. I'm sorry. What's yours?
Look, I don't like those 3-way, 4-way matches like you say what you said, but I did. My favorite match was the Bryan Danielson, Chris Jericho, Claudio Castagnoli, and Sammy Guevara match. That was my favorite, and I thought that was the best match of the night. Chris liked the trios match. Chris liked those type of matches. I don't. But you know, the trios match, it had a lot of spots, like you said. You know, it had its thing. But you know, mine was the Ring of Honor World Championship. That match, I thought that was a pretty good match.
It was. I like the way Sammy Guevara kept helping him out, but he really wasn't helping him out. And then, you know, they were kind of helping each other out when it was opportunistic, and then they weren't when it wasn't. It was kind of, you know, it was kind of back and forth and funny because, you know, 1 minute they're hugging, the next minute they were kicking each other in the teeth. It was just kind of funny. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
Did you tell us your favorite Saint?
Believe it or not, the triple threat for the was it the TNT title? Wardlow, Samoa Joe, and Powerhouse Hobbs, man. I think that was my favorite one because I'm that New York style. I like that brawler. I want to see dudes beating the living tar out of each other, and I'm entertained.
Right.
And those three guys are big and imposing, and you can believe it. When they were getting slung into the guardrails and the chair got broke by accident, that was awesome.
Yes.
It wasn't, you know, it wasn't as great as Scott Larson breaking his chair, but it was still.
Man.
You might have said something the wrong way there, Ron. He said Ron likes big guys.
Dude, I like seeing the Bruisers beat the tar out of each other. Dude, Drago is. That's why I said Drago is looking like a bigger version of Goldberg, and he's 15% faster, and he can actually work in the ring. I've seen it in person. I'm a fan of Drago anyway. It doesn't matter that I'm tight with management and all that. That's regardless. The dude is a class act.
Oh,
you had him on your show. He was a phenomenal interview. He was a fantastic interview, Scott.
Oh, without a doubt. And like I said in his interview, man, everything on his social media screams professional wrestler. That's what I like. There's no filler. There's nothing on his page, but him and everything is professional, and I love it.
Could you imagine a match between Drago? Have you've seen Drago's matches on YouTube?
Right.
Think Drago versus Braun Breaker.
Hobbs, Powerhouse Hobbs and Drago. Oh my goodness. Yes.
Keith Lee, not with Swerve, but Keith Lee, you know, when he was legit. Now it's this watered down
NXT
version.
Keith Lee. NXT
Thank
Keith
God,
Lee.
yes. Yeah, the Yeet Machine. Thank God. That was great.
Oh my goodness. He said, thank you so much. No thank you necessary, brother. Just keep up the great work, man. Without a doubt. But yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I thought all of us had said it. That's where my mind goes. You guys know I take 20 medicines and I forget. So thank you for keeping me straight, Harry. I appreciate it.
We all get caught up in something. We keep going and going and going. So, you know, it happens. It happens.
Hey, You got it, man. I appreciate you keeping me straight without a doubt. But I want to get into some indie talk for about 30 minutes. And I want to put all three of us on the spot. All three of us on the spot right here. Because, I've got to, I'm the hashtag truth. I'm the guy that has got to put the big question out there. And the Saint is going to hate this more than me and you, Harry, because the Saint actually works shows. So his answer has got consequences where ours really doesn't. But who out there in our area, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, who is right now the number one wrestler in independent wrestling in our area, according to you guys? Now, that's a tough question.
No, it's not hard at all for me.
Okay.
No, it is not. I will do you one better. I'll raise the stakes on you. Do you guys know what the Carolina Independent Wrestling Awards are? You know what those are?
I was 1 year. I actually was a judge during those, so yeah, I do know what they are.
Fantastic. I submitted my nominations today. I nominated people today for people that I thought deserved it.
Okay, well, we got an answer. Bruce said James D. Drake.
James D. Drake's not an indie wrestler, though. He's he's a national talent. He doesn't count as an indie guy anymore. No offense.
I agree with that. So, Bruce, think of another one. I agree
You can think, all right, you could say Luka Daniels would qualify, even though he's been on national television a couple times. He's not contracted or signed to those arrangements.
Right.
However, the overall package, the best package, the total package here is Drew Hood. No ifs, ands, buts about it. It's Drew Hood. He is very safe in the ring. He's got the best promo. He's got the look. He's got the attitude. He's got it all.
Charisma.
That's Drew Hood as the number one guy here. The most underrated. There's one to add to you. The most underrated.
Okay, we'll do top and underrated. Go ahead.
Is Cam Jackson. By a long shot, by the longest shot. The most underrated professional wrestler in our area is Cam Jackson.
I got you.
All right.
Do you need time to think, Harry, or you got him?
No, look, man. Okay. As far as Carolinas go, I mean, my number one guy comes out of Georgia. I'm gonna say Curtis Coleman. If you haven't seen him, definitely look him up. CC Curtis Coleman. He's the best indie wrestler that I've seen in the 16 months that Straight Up Wrestling Show has been doing it. Then I would say Zuka King. Then I would say
wait a minute. No. We're not doing the number one guy. You got to pick.
You got to pick one.
Harry. That's
you got to pick one guy that runs our indie circuit. He's got to run the indie circuit where we are.
He's got to run the circuit.
If we going with Carolinas, man, I'm going Zuka King. Now, if we throwing Georgia,
I love Zuka. Okay. I love Zuka King.
Georgia in there. Now, I just look. The only reason I'm going with this is because I got three guys. And look, and as far as the best up and coming guy, he's my favorite right now. The same guy you said, run Drew Hood. Love him. Love his style. Love his promo. Love everything about him, man.
So your number one guy is Zuka King, and your up and comer is Drew Hood.
Yeah, Drew Hood is my up and comer. Yes.
Okay. Well, I got two totally different, so we're all going to be different. I like this. That's what I love about independent wrestling.
All right, so Jake Jacobs and
no,
I'm just teasing you. I'm teasing you.
Wait. Jake Jacobs is the up and comer. You were right about that one. Jake Jacobs is the up and comer. Chase Emery is my number one. If he wouldn't have got injured, imagine how many belts Chase Emery, and it's not all about the belts, I get it, but he is so good that so many companies want to have him as the face of their company. That's what I'm trying to put out there.
Oh yeah.
Chase Emery is the total package. And I'll argue anybody. He's got, just like you said, the look, the charisma. He can do both heel and he's proven he can do heel and babyface. And my gosh, the wrestling is definitely there.
Oh, I agree wholeheartedly with the wrestling. Chase as a face was one of the weirdest things I've ever seen in my life.
Right.
And I think the world of Chase. I really do. But seeing him as a face that night at HWA, I'm sitting there like, what the?
I enjoyed it.
I was looking at Brino and Michael King like, what the hell are we dealing? What is this? He's a what? I didn't get
enjoyed
it.
that.
Drew
Yeah.
Hood as a face was the biggest surprise of my life.
First
That
time I
was
saw him, he was
awesome.
a face. And then I saw him as a heel. So it's like the switch. No, the first time I saw him was a heel. I saw him as a heel first, and he came out with Derek Vanderford. So I saw that. No, Derek wasn't there that night. It was in PWF and Rock Hill. He was a heel. So, and then I saw him as a face. No, I saw him as a heel again at his pro wrestling. Then I saw him as a face at Battlezone. So, that switch was kind of weird. So I understand what Ron is saying. It
Yeah.
was weird looking at the switch, but he has been effective doing it back and forth. But I think the heel thing is a little bit better. I think he's a little bit better at that. So, man, but hey, he's a great wrestler, man. There's no ins and buts about it.
But that's what I love about indie professional wrestling. Here we have 3 podcasters, 3 guys who know the indies in our area really well, and all 3 of us came up with 6 different answers. 6 different answers.
But
Well, five, because you had Drew Hood as part of yours, Harry. But 5 different answers. It's just
so you said your rising star, Scott. Who's your rising star?
Jake Jacobs.
Okay.
I do believe in Jake Jacobs, and I'm not saying that because my daughter's an infinite fan of his. He went, to the right schools. He does promos everywhere he goes. He's always there. If you ever go to a show where Jake Jacobs is at, his merch table is worth just the time to go. And when it comes down to, and he usually plays babyface mostly, and he comes out and he will sit there even when the show starts back up. If there's kids standing in line, he will sit there and he will kneel down and get face to face. I've got pictures of it, of him signing autographs and getting face to face with them kids. And he won't leave that merch table and go back to the back until every fan has gone through his line. And that right there makes me a huge fan. Yeah, not all wrestlers do that. Not all wrestlers do that.
His dad pretty much controls his table. His dad is out there.
Yeah.
But Jake stays to everybody, man, to the end. I will give him that 100%. I mean, he's great talent.
So who do you say is the most underrated in the area?
Christopher Burton, he's chiming in, I guess, from work. He said nobody said Myrick Moore. First of all, you spelled Myrick wrong, and the Irish hand grenade is awesome, but I don't know about Top Dog. I would definitely sign him to any wrestling show. He's a great wrestler. Don't get me. But I don't know about Top Dog though.
Another rising stars.
There's a lot of rising stars. A lot of those.
A lot of rising stars. I'm gonna name a couple of my favorite rising stars.
You got to put Brino in there too. I mean, Brino. It is
Brino's definitely one of my rising stars by a long shot. And it's not just it's not just the fact of road partners and all this other stuff. No, in general, the dude is going out of the box. I've seen him walk up to cops. Hey, can you do me a favor and drive me up here and let me out of the car like I have a police escort? I have seen him ask for that and get it done. It was so I'm like, bro, you got stones, bud. You good? You go ahead. I got work.
Was it Brino Royce and somebody else? But who was the one that did the promo where they were beating each other down in a parking lot and an actual cop pulled up during the promo? Do you remember that promo I'm talking about? I'll have to go look it up, man. There was 2 wrestlers, and if anybody out there who's watching the show can remember what 2 wrestlers I'm talking about, there was a promo that came out not too long ago, I'd say within the last 6 months. A wrestler, of course, beat down another wrestler out in a parking lot, and then all of a sudden at the end of the promo, a real cop pulls up with his lights going, I guess, because they were in like the middle of town when they did it out in the parking lot, like at a store. So they probably thought it was a real fight going on. I don't know if it was, a work or what, but a cop literally pulled up, opened the door and said, okay, what's going on, fellas? And then they cut the promo.
That wasn't Brittany Jade and Jasmine Howell, was it?
I don't remember who it was. I don't remember who it was.
But
I thought that was one of the greatest promos done in a long time because the cop, I don't think the cop had a clue. I really don't.
You're gonna love my other rising star, Scott.
Okay.
Mitch Robertson. Mitch Robertson.
I agree. I agree. The guy's beast. The gimmick is awesome. He changed the gimmick again and brings out this big, he's like a Thor now type guy. I wish he would show up at HWA being the heavyweight champion a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? The Brock Lesnar thing has kind of gotten stale with me, but at least show up and drop the belt if you're not going to show up. You know what I'm saying? But, as far as wrestling skill, again, top notch guy. I've had conversations with him. Every time I've walked up to him as, as hashtag truth and said, hey man, can I do an interview? He's, yeah, man, no problem. Jumps out and talks. Everything's great. The only bad thing I understand that, HWA ain't the creme de la creme of all wrestling shows, but if you're the heavyweight champ, try to show up every once in a while. Just saying. Saying.
So what about you guys? Rising stars.
Christopher
Cooper
Burton said, Chris
Oh,
Phoenix.
I don't know who that is. That name does not exist anymore. That name doesn't exist, Chris. You got
What?
Chris
Christopher
Phoenix?
Burton. That name doesn't exist anymore.
come
Are we
on
talking
now.
about? Wait, are we talking about Outlaw Chris Phoenix? Because yeah, I haven't seen that guy wrestle in like 2 years.
Oh, wow.
Okay, I got you.
You got.
I don't even know his name right now. I've always known
Christopher
him.
Prince. How could you
Christopher
not?
Prince.
You were there. You were at the Holly Cup, bro. And he got introduced as Christopher
And
Prince.
I still thought of him, and I still cheered and screamed at him as Chris Phoenix. I'm sorry. It's hard. It's hard to change, when
at the show in Greenville, man, at the not Battle Zone. At the show in Greenville.
Turbo.
No, not Turbo. At,
Three
Oh,
count.
you talking about three count
Yeah.
pro?
Oh, he was Chris Phoenix there. So I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna go with Cooper the House Housley and Austin Bebop, man. Those
Hey,
my
two good guys. Yep, both of them.
Two very good wrestlers. I mean, we could do this all day with up and comers. Up and comers, sky's the limit. But yeah, a lot of great. I mean, we're gonna miss a lot of people because we don't have names in front of us. But
Well, no, and not only that, but God willing, these guys don't think that we're like, oh, they didn't mention my name. Well, no, it's nothing personal. We were just talking, talking.
Just talking in general. You probably just didn't happen to cross our minds at this moment. But there's, ADD Jamie Lee. I mean, he's been wrestling for years. A lot of people don't know him, but if you ever watched him, you'll fall in love with him the second he goes in the ring.
I mean, I wouldn't call him a rising star because he's been around for so damn long.
That's why I said that. He's been around a little while, but still, every time he gets in the ring, man, you can't help but love him. He's very funny, very athletic, can wrestle rings around some people, but the people sometimes overlook him. And that's not a good thing to do, man. I'm just saying. Oh my goodness. Let me throw some more names out there. I'm just looking down a list and see if I can think of anybody else in our area. Oh my goodness, man. A guy who's been around for a few years, but let's talk Jackson Sane, man.
Best character in the independent scene, period. Bar none. Conversation and book over.
Right? Luka Daniels. We said, his rise to, his little stints on AEW and WWE. I think they're going to become bigger and better. I hope. But yeah, without a doubt, man. Trying to think of some more people. Gosh, I should have a list like a mile long, as many people as I've interviewed over the years, but I'm drawing a blank.
I mean, we can just start naming guys that are impressive. Christopher Prince is undoubtedly a very fantastic wrestler. Buggy Wright is super impressive. That dude is young as the day is long, and I'm gonna tell you one thing: I've never been so kind of surprised. Somebody that age, that good, and that humble. It's all right there. He's a very respectful young man.
Christopher Burton said Luke Fury. He's
Fury's another one.
an up and comer. I'm
Yep.
going to say it.
Gavin?
If people disagree with me, they can. I don't care. Kid Cutter. He's another one. Very
Gavin
young.
Tyler.
Got a ton. Tyler. Yep.
Don Furio.
Gavin.
Oh man, dude,
Gavin's
Don
gonna be
Furio.
good.
Hold up, y'all know Don Furio gonna be on NXT next month, right?
Oh, for real?
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Don Furio's in Florida next month, babe. It's over.
Oh, wow.
GG.
Wow.
Yep. Yes, sir.
That's great, man. That, yeah, he's a
Zach-
great dude. Good dude.
Zach Thomas mentioned it on my show when I interviewed Zach. What was that? Last week? Week 4?
Yep.
I forget.
Yep.
Week
week.
4 last.
Yeah.
No, last week was me and Bill. Me and Bill
Yeah.
Hazelwood sat back.
Yep.
But yeah, just Don Furio's up there. He's another phenomenal worker. Jeez, I mean, you can go. This could go on for days.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm looking down. Caleb Crocker. I like Caleb Crocker. Cruiserweight. Great,
good
great kid.
Very good wrestler, man. No doubt.
Let me see.
There's a lot of them, Scott.
I'll tell you somebody who I think is an underdog who doesn't get the credit he deserves. And I think if he were to expand out from the show that he originally goes to, he could be something. I'm going to put Dump Truck as a rising star. If he would just get out, he's an APW superstar there. You can't go to APW without Dump Truck being chanted. But if he were to go outside, I think he would be a great.
Harry, you go first on this.
All right. Well, yeah, as far as Dump Truck, man, Dump Truck, I mean, with respect to everything that Dump Truck is going through, and, hey, all praise to, Dump Truck right now. Dump Truck, man, he has the promo skills to go out there and really make a name for himself. Definitely. And he has the drive, but he basically has to get himself into the shape to where he can the workload, where he can handle the workload. That's all only thing really I have to say. But yes, there's no doubt about it that I think he can go out there and make a name for himself and be pushed, but he actually have to be able to get himself in the shape needed to to get it done if he's going to go out there and be and make a mark on the indie scene. I mean, make a mark on the scene to where he can go up above that.
Dump Truck has traveled around a bit, and now I was working a show in North Carolina at one point, and I was like, man, I really need a camera guy. And somebody said, well, hell, Dump Truck's right there. I'm like, I'm not going to hand Dump Truck a camera and put him outside the ring. They were like, well, why not? He's here. He'll do it. And he was like, hey, bro, I'll do it for you. I'm like, no, you won't, because I've got more respect for you than to allow you to do that. I said, why am I going to let you, an indie star, take a camera and be a camera guy? Give me the logic to that. And he kind of looked at me and goes, bro, thank you for the nod of confidence, and you're right. I'm like, that's respect, man.
Yeah.
Respect is way, way out of context these days. Professional wrestling is almost unheard of.
Yeah.
I will agree with a lot of that. I do a lot of rants on that, so I will definitely agree with that. I can't disagree with it at all.
Like, man, look, take care of those who take care of you. If somebody looking out for you and somebody, promoting you or whatever, do the same for them. And and if they're doing you a favor, don't make them look like a jackass. That'd be great. Like that's like everything right there. But
There you go.
These
There you
people
go.
want to go off on their own little tangent, their own little tyrant, because they think it's going to equal something. It's like they're running an angle with themselves, and essentially they're playing with themselves, and it's not getting anything done.
Right.
It's weird, man. It's weird.
Christopher Burton said TJ Boss.
TJ Boss is a
agree
good
with
one.
that.
No doubt. TJ Boss, PJ Ellis, Drew Adler. There's a lot of them.
Oh man, there you go.
A lot of them.
Luke
Drew
Fury
Adler.
showed up.
Drew Adler, definitely.
Very
Top
talented.
tier.
Very,
Dude, Raylan Albee has got to be one of the best heels in this game, and nobody knows it. Dude, Raylan is awesome.
no doubt.
Donnie Ray, God, what a douche. He's such a great heel. Chris Vallow, Tommy Django.
Chris
You know,
Vallow, Tommy Django.
those are my 4 like top heels for the region. No joke about it.
Wow.
People don't give Raylan Albee any credit, yet the dude's doing stuff with New Japan Strong. Like, fine, you don't have to give him credit, but I'm telling you, the guy's got something. He's doing stuff with New Japan Strong. They've got to see it too. And then, hey, what do y'all make of Sean Legacy getting that thing from Noah? Did y'all hear about that?
Wow, I didn't know. I didn't hear anything about it.
Sean Legacy's going to Japan, babe. He's out.
Oh, wow.
He's heading out of here, man. He got a deal from Noah. He's going to Japan.
Oh,
Man.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Sean
Yeah.
Legacy's, right here, Palmetto. Well,
Yeah.
I say right here. That's, 100 miles away, but
But still.
yeah.
He's in the area. So,
Yeah.
man, crazy.
Without-
That is crazy.
without a doubt, man. Yeah, Beauty and the Peach. Do you remember when they came out with that, Harry? Was you around when they
Yes.
came out with that?
Yep. I remember them. They were cool. They're cool. And he's another one, dude. He's
a
got
big
the
guy.
look. He's got the look. I haven't seen him in probably a year or better.
You gotta get down. You gotta get down to a 3 count show at least one time, Saint. I know everybody tells me the same thing when it comes to other shows too, and I'm trying. I really am. But yeah, you got to get down to a 3 count show. Oh my goodness, I'm forgetting one of my favorite guys. He's a tag team guy now at 3 count. But man, when he was a singles guy, he was in one of my favorite all time. Austin Jordan. I don't know if you guys have seen Austin Jordan.
Oh
but-
yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yeah.
Austin Jordan as a singles competitor, he ended up with an injury and he went to tag teaming. But before that injury, I would put him up against anybody as far as being a top guy.
Two of the best people you're ever going to meet in this industry is James Johnson, Selena Rose.
James
Yeah.
Johnson and Selena Rose. Oh my gosh. And will help out not only give you the shirt off their back, but they'll also help train. Go ahead, Harry.
Yeah, I was just saying James Johnson, great guy. I mean, so yeah, Selena, yes, definitely. So, man,
Hey, let's talk female talent in the region. There's a whole new level.
it's a lot. But
There's not a lot,
There's not a whole lot, believe it or not.
but there's some
some out there.
there's some good ones out here, man. Brittany
we just
Jade.
said so. Go ahead.
Brittany
Yeah.
Jade tops my list for that one. I love Selena to death, and I've seen Selena in one match take more bumps and ass whipping than everybody else did for the entire night, and get up and ask for more. She is as hard as they come. So I think the world of that girl.
I'm gonna
Look.
throw a couple. Go ahead. You got something,
Hell,
Harry?
Still got
No,
the daddy daughter dance shirt still right here.
There you go.
The best female that I've seen is, but I mean, right on the outskirts of South Carolina, North Carolina, it's Crystal Rose. That's the best female that I've seen. But yeah, outside of that, Brittany Jade. So
Jasmine Howe.
yeah.
Jasmine
Very-
Howe.
So yeah, but
I'm going to throw a couple of names out there that are just outside of our region. But man, if you look them up, they are awesome. One is Trixie Kramer.
Kramer. Yep.
She used to go
Dude,
as
she
wrestler
got-
Trixie.
yeah.
She got her last name of Kramer on your show from somebody saying a compliment or a comment, but we're not going to name names here.
Yeah, but it made sense, didn't it? She came out with the whole gimmick and
With the song gimmick, I'm like, why don't you just use Kramer as your last name?
Exactly.
And she rolled with it, and that's awesome. But I didn't want to take credit for
Exactly.
that.
Hey, take credit where credit is due.
No.
Another one is Grim. Her name is Grim.
Yep.
Yeah, I know. who you're talking
Lilith Grimm. Lilith Grimm.
Trying to find her first name. I can't remember her first name to
Lilith.
save my life, but I
It's
interviewed her a
Lilith
couple of
Grimm.
years ago. Lilith Grimm. Lilith
Yeah.
Grimm. Thank you.
Yep. Her.
Lilith is amazing.
Casey Fox.
Yeah,
Casey
Casey
Fox
Fox.
is another one.
trying to think of Casey Fox.
Gail. What is it? Katrina Kreis?
Yes.
Katrina
Gail.
Kreis is a
Yeah,
dude.
see.
Her debut match. I was the camera guy for her debut match, and I'm gonna tell you one thing. I know I had absolutely nothing to do with it, but I was nothing but like elated to be there for that. Because it's not like I had anything to do with her training, but it's like, you've seen her grow and develop. So it's like she finally got it. And it was like, it was awesome.
And she wrestled Brittany, didn't she?
I have to show this. This was Lilith Groom when she came on #Truth the last time. This is how you come on a podcast, ladies and gentlemen. That's how she did her whole podcast, just like that. And that got my attention right away.
Oh, I've seen that.
I had to show that.
On #Truth on YouTube. I either saw it on that or I saw it when you had her on. Can't remember, but I definitely remember seeing that. And I'm like,
when did I do this episode? Let me see. This was way back. Let me see. I'm gonna get the date off of 2 years ago. I did it 2 years ago.
Yeah, I saw that by going on your #Truth on YouTube. I was pulling up stuff and I seen that and I was like, wow, that's interesting.
Yeah, she was a good one. I had to pull a lot of these off of my #Truth Facebook page because they dropped my page and it was connected to my #Truth page, and I can't do anything with that page now. So that's why I do everything on my real page instead of the other page. But yeah, if you go back, there's like probably 50 or 60 interviews on that old #Truth page, and some great there was one called The Lovely Laura. Have you ever heard of the other podcaster? There's another podcaster that was on a few years ago. Like, I think she retired like 3-4 years ago. Her name was Lovely Laura Lyons.
No, I don't.
You have to look her up. She did a couple of interviews with me. She's the one that she was one of the people that actually made me want to do #Truth. I got pushed by a company. Everybody knows my story, HWA and all that. They were EWF back then. They kind of pushed me to do #Truth. But it was her show that inspired #Truth and the way I do my show here. So, and I always give her credit everywhere. Since we're talking about women, I just thought I'd throw that out there.
All right.
She retired about 3-4 years ago. Her and her partner did a show. I believe it was called something like interviews in something. Let me find it. I'll find it.
Interviews
but anyway,
in Gorilla or something like that.
No, it was. Oh gosh, where? I'll find it. But anyway, it was before this conversation goes completely dead because I'm off on a tangent. Tag teams. I was about to say tag teams. I'll let you guys talk and talk about tag teams while I look this up. But go ahead.
You first, Aaron.
I mean, if I'm gonna stay in the Carolinas, I'm gonna stay in the Carolinas, man. I'm gonna go with Austin Jordan and Ace Armstrong.
South Carolina, it is all worm, no soul.
Wow, I knew it.
North Carolina, and I'm you got to remember, I'm not the flippy guy. And so that's giving them a hell of a lot of consideration. North Carolina, Whiskey Business.
Oh,
Daddy Daughter Dance is another one, man. But I mean, Whiskey Business I like that bruiser style.
Oh man,
that beat the brakes off somebody's stuff. That's my style. So that's why Braden Marshall, Johnny Ryder. That's the team.
Yeah, I like that team. Very good.
I will agree. I will agree with Whiskey Business, no doubt. One of the best tag teams. I was excited to see him come out at HWA last show. And they won their match. So that's pretty cool. I as much as people think, as much as I at one point did not like one of them guys, and everybody knows our story, we've kind of made up since then. So, that's personal outside of wrestling, but in wrestling, he's always been a great wrestler. I enjoy both of them guys wrestling, and I'm going to have him on # pretty soon. I've already talked to him, and one of them actually runs a wrestling show.
Yep.
So we'll have to talk about that in the near future.
Well, there's a lot to unpackage with all that.
Oh yeah.
There's a whole lot to unpackage with that because when you step into that, you're stepping into a lot, a whole lot of information. I don't know what all you're going to get out of that conversation, but there's a lot there. There's
Right.
a whole bunch of moving parts on that stuff.
without a doubt. Without a doubt.
It's a big deal.
Now,
What about you? So you sticking with Whiskey Business as your favorite tag team in the area?
Whiskey Business is one of them. Heat Seekers, even though they're starting to move up to the big shows, Heat Seekers, without a doubt, one of my favorite tag teams that are still doing indie shows. Matter of fact, they're going to be on Pro Wrestling Union December the 3rd, so I'm looking forward to that. Gosh, who else? There's a lot of them. All One No Soul, like you said, I agree with that. Daddy Daughter Dance, without a doubt. If you're going inter tag,
Well, no, because they were the tag champs at APW.
Yeah.
Yep.
But you got a lot of people who are old school, and even though Serena Williams is even though Serena's awesome, why did I say Serena Williams?
Selena.
See?
Thank you. Thank you. For God's sake.
They're gonna kill me, but that's okay. Even though Selena is a great wrestler, there's a lot of old school wrestlers out there who won't hit a woman. They just won't.
And
you know what I'm saying?
And I get it. I'm not the biggest fan of the intergender stuff either, but I'm telling you, there's certain ones who can pull it off, and it's fine.
Oh,
it doesn't make sense on all sides of the ball. You couldn't have like Riho going up against the Big Show. That's illogical.
Yeah.
Right? Okay.
Right.
That would be illogical. However, when you Selena's my height-ish. She's right around my height. I think she may be taller than me. I'm a slightly below average height person. So, I mean, she's average height for an individual. So she can mix it up with anybody.
Yeah, and when it boils down to it, I mean, being straight up, Jade Cargill pretty much wrestled. She really wrestled a man. So, at full gear, that was the male. I mean, being straight up, man, hey.
I ain't going there.
Hey, it's the truth, man. So a whole lot of people don't want to, roll with that, man. But hey, it is what it is,
Okay, we've covered women, we've covered men, we've covered tag
glad I
teams.
muted that.
Now we're now we're gonna have to go managers. Now we gotta step into managers, man. This is gonna be a fun one because there's some really good managers in our area too. Go ahead, Harry, because you look like you're foaming at the mouth to say somebody. Go ahead.
Look, man, as far as entertainment, as far as I'm gonna go with I like every manager for different managers for certain reasons. And if I was given an award for certain reasons, it's probably 3 managers will get an award. But I'm gonna go ahead and go with Perry James for entertainment and what he brings as far as how he brings the old school mentality of getting involved in the match and pretty much doing damage to the opponent of his combatants. I love his style. I love the way he does it. So I'm gonna go ahead and roll with him.
So who you got, Mr. Saint?
All right. I haven't seen Perry James in person. I've seen his work on video. I like his work. Out of guys I've seen in person, I've only got, I think, really, Michael's not here right now, so I can't include Mr. King.
Why couldn't you include Mr. King?
He's not here. When was
What
the
does
last
that
time
matter?
he hasn't worked? Has he worked a show in recent memory? When did he leave?
Of course he has. He's worked plenty of shows in 2022.
Okay, well, I mean, you got to put Michael King up there for the way he does stuff, but then you also got to think he's a manager, but you've got ring guys, or as Scott called them, fanboys, and then you've got the doctor presence, and then you got all that other, the cut man, and all that other stuff when it came to the actions with KE. So that's one category of it. You've got Derek Vanderford, who gets involved snaking the grass and all that stuff. And Derek can still talk, whether people realize it or not. Derek can go on a mic. Derek can go in a ring. I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. Derek Vanderford today could tie up a lot of people, and there's no bones about that. Personal feelings of about him aside. Then you got to look at Lilith Grimm or not Lilith Grimm, Jezebeth. You got to look at what Jezebeth does with Jackson Saint.
You got hanging around me too long now.
Yeah.
Then you got to think about Jimmy Two Times and how Jimmy Two Times functions in a ring. That dude is as smooth as ever. Because I met him, I didn't really know the guy, right? I met him at the Holly Cup, got to talking to him, and paid attention to what he was saying, and then I paid attention to what he did. And I was like, dude, it's unreal. It's uncanny. So, I mean, me trying to pick a favorite, Jesus.
It's hard.
I can't do it.
I love every one of those people you said, and I have to add one more. And I know he doesn't do it anymore. He is since retired, but my podcast partner on the Slapdown Digicast, without a doubt, Mr. I Am Righteous. If you've ever seen him,
Chucky.
Yes, if you've ever seen him, I'll tell you what. Some of the greatest, one of the greatest teams and managers put together was when NAV and Mr. I Am Righteous was together back a few years ago. And if you saw them at HWA. I'm sorry, not HWA, HVW, High Velocity Wrestling, or any of the other places they went, it was gold. It was magic. Those them playing a heel tag team and him a heel manager, it was some of the best wrestling to watch. I mean, and my partner in crime on the Digicast, he can talk, man. He can talk with the best of them.
Yeah, he can. Funny thing. I don't know when it's going to be released, but I think there's a video coming out where Chuck and I, Ivan M. Righteous and I were doing commentary together.
I saw that live. I saw that live.
So number one, that was a rough day of the because I'm not a commentator. I'm
that
really
was
not.
An AWL show, wasn't it?
No, that was that was High
Velocity.
That was HVW.
That was HVW.
And
HVW.
I said something, and we're talking, and it's kind of loud. We're outside, so I'm making sure that he can hear me and the microphone can hear me, right? What I wasn't anticipating was the camera guy to stop in his tracks and turn and look at me and then buckle laughing. The ref stopped what he's doing in the ring and turn at me and laugh. And I'm like, all right, I get it. It was funny, guys, but y'all focus on your job. Don't laugh at me. Do what you got to do. I was like, how in the world am I popping you guys? Y'all are supposed to be in like Flint, and here I am, the new guy. What is this?
But sometimes people just say things that get a pop.
it's certain things, dude. Best commentary team in the area is whoever's David Estacado has with him, and there's no bones about it. David Estacado is the man on commentary for this region, and there's no bones about that.
I won't argue that. I won't
all day,
argue
every day,
one bit.
Because he's so funny, and they didn't do just commentary like Harry. I know you guys do commentary on some of the stuff y'all do, right? Okay, he didn't do it like that. They can do that. He did live commentary for 7 cards.
Oh, wow.
In 4 days. Live. All right. You got to think the crowd didn't know nothing. The crowd didn't know who any of these wrestlers were. There was 800,000 people walking through the doors of this joint across 4 days. And so they just came and sat down and watched the show. Right. So David and his, at the time, guy that was on the mic with him, I don't remember, they did live commentary. Homeboy was play-by-play, and Estacado got you invested in everything. Wow. And it was because of his delivery, his mannerisms, the way he said things, and the stuff he said. You hit an atomic drop, he's like, oh, that'll break your coccyx right there. Because the coccyx is the tailbone that's literally there in your butt crack. That's for real. It's called your coccyx. So he says things like that to mess you up and to make you like geek out a bit. It's so good. and the guy he works with now, Aloysius Skipper Jenkins III. I can't remember the rest of how it's said, but that's his name.
Alone.
That's his name. I can't remember what they said. A Tribe Called Quest or something. That I don't know how that works, but there's them. Those two are part of the Critical Hit Show, and they are funny. Their delivery is great. They're two of the best commentators you're going to find in this area for a commentary team.
Incredible. I got to check that
Now,
out.
Harry, you have a commentary buddy that you do commentary with at APW. Not just Chris, but your other commentator. He's been in the business for like 30 years. Been doing I've even did some commentary with him. I can't remember his name to save my life, but I know you'll know it.
Paris.
There you go. Hey, I'll say one thing about Danny Paris. He's not everybody's cup of tea, but he does know wrestling. He does know wrestling. Yeah. When he gets behind the mic, he does know, when I first started doing some shows with him at EWF, and I did this show with him right here, I commentated this show with him. And at the end, when we got up to the main events, all these cage matches, these 3 cage matches, I was Harry Styles by the time these 3 matches. I was like, and I was calling moves wrong. I was just so excited. I called a backdrop, a sunset flip, and he's
Joey
like, Styles.
Joey Styles, not Harry Styles.
Yeah,
Joey Styles.
Joey
Who
Styles.
the hell is Harry Styles?
I was thinking Harry. I don't know why. I couldn't get Harry off my mind. All right.
Harry
Anyway,
Styles, guy with the singer. That's
there you go.
Yeah,
but Joey Styles. But but by the end of the night, man, I was doing Joey Styles, and I was so excited. I was calling the moves wrong. Like I called a backflip, a sunset flip, and he's just looking at me like. And if you ever did commentary or sat next to him, he is calm, cool, and collected at all times. And I'm over there just freaking out about this match, and he looks over and he goes, "Scott, that was a backdrop, not a sunset flip. Let's get this right. Let's make sure that the people out there know that we know wrestling." And it was just funny. It was hilarious, but it was good commentary.
To hear him at his best, you have to go back 20 years, 25 years ago, and listen to those tapes, man. That you see it on Nick Fury's page, Alicia Sean Porter and people's page. If you sit back and you listen to what he did back in the day, man, incredible.
Right.
I mean, incredible.
He has a JR vibe to him back in those days.
He was very good.
Yeah.
I mean, he's still pretty good. He's very good back then. But his guy he brings in sometimes, Joe Wheeler. Joe Wheeler is something special. So but yeah, man, I definitely want to hear what Ron's talking about, man, because that right there is definitely interests me. Because like I say, you need people like that can really just that can go into something that's brand new that people don't know who these guys are and make a story out of that. Not a lot of people can do that, man.
Live commentary is think about it like this. Think about you've been to AEW and Monday Night Raw, right? You guys have both been to the big shows?
Oh, yeah.
Think about being there, but hearing Michael Cole or Jerry the King Lawler and Jim Ross on commentary while you're watching it. And it's booming throughout the arena.
Right.
That's what it's like when Estacado at least Estacado and at the time the play-by-play guy was fine. But I digress. Aloysius Skipper Jenkins III, I've seen some of his commentary work, but I haven't seen it or felt it in person. Because y'all know from experience of being there, hearing somebody or watching, or you watch a video with a ring announcer, right? Totally different when you see the ring announcer do it in person and you can feel it.
Right.
It's a whole nother vibe. I was happy as hell that Philip Rollins was like, "Hey, bro, do you want to do the honors for your boy?" And I was like, "Are you serious?" He offered to split the show with me. I'm like, "Hell no, your show. I'm not. No." He goes, "You can at least do this." I'm like, "Okay, fine. I'll do that. That's fine." And, I know Harry has seen me before, but Scott hadn't. So it was cool that's cool for me to be able to say, I had some friends get to see, what I can do.
Oh, yeah.
It is. I have to give another shout out to another guy who does commentary sometimes. He's about to retire. He's a great wrestler. He's got a gimmick bag that's as large as anybody. But man, get him behind a commentary booth for about an hour calling a show, and you will love it. And that is Jimmy Two Times again.
Really?
Jimmy Two Times can talk. That guy gets out. I mean, he will make you laugh, cry, get mad, all in one sentence.
Bill Hazelwood, good commentary.
Bill Hazelwood, that's another one.
Too.
Yes,
Very,
He does.
very. When he decides to do that, he's very good at it, man.
Okay. I've never heard Hazelwood do commentary. Not
I've commentary with him a couple times, man.
we're being asked a question. This is
he will shut you down. He's that good, you know.
Kid Cutter wants to know who has the best submission in wrestling that you all get to see live as a regular. Who's the best? Who's got the best?
Who has the best submission?
Mission.
I know Kid Cutter's been working on submission holds, and he's won a few matches at HWA with the submission hold. But that's technical. I look at it as who's a really good technical wrestler. That's the question I would ask. Who would be a top technical wrestler in our area?
I would say I say Brino when it comes to that.
Brino's good.
I think Brino's very complex, and his style is very complex, so it adds to that, his technical ability. It takes it to another level. He's totally different. And I know, certain people have told me, said, "Oh, I don't see Brino Royce as a technical wrestler," but he definitely is technical, and he's always expanding that. He's getting better and better.
You know what that is? You know what that is, Harry? That's people with their bias showing.
Oh, yeah.
They're looking at the world through a bias, and it's because some people don't like the shoot wrestling style, the Greco-Romans or the whatever. A lot of people don't get that because it's not the flash and the panache and all this. It's not the gaga that the crowd's used to seeing.
Right.
However, when you see some of the crowd go, "What the hell was that? Man, did you see that guy? How he moved?" When he got them hooked. And they don't, and the rest of the people are like, "Well, I didn't like it." Well, you didn't have to. The crowd reacted. Who cares what you thought in the back? Nobody cares. Who cares?
Man, let me tell you,
The
hardest thing I ever did in the last year, and I'm not even gonna lie when I say this, was try to be insulting to Brino Royce and talking about his wrestling being bad, that he's not a technical wrestler, that he's not this, that all he wanted to do was when we were running that work. Dude, that was because I didn't believe any of it. I had to try to be believable, but I didn't believe anything that was coming out of my mouth. And I was like, man, I can't believe I said that. Because it was just the opposite. But, man, I've seen Brino start off a match, and before he even did a drop kick.
Harry was funny during that whole thing. He's like, "Hey, man, look, whatever's between y'all is between y'all, straight up." And I'm like,
right? I ain't touching
I'm
that.
like, "Yes, sir. You got it, bud. You got it, dude. No problem."
Oh God, I don't think Harry or Chris knew how to react to it because they're all friends with both of us.
They were
like,
all right. So when they came out to Charlotte at the Harley dealership show I was at. They came out there and they were like, "So that's a gag, right? That mother." And I'm standing there with like Sweet Dreams, and Sweet Dreams' eyes got about yay big. Thomas Scott turned away. Like everybody just kind of was like, "Dude, what the?" I'm like, "No, you heard me. That son of a," and I went down the list of why I was mad. So if they weren't fully, thinking they were like this, they weren't no more when I was done.
Yeah, Brino came. He was walking. He was standing right beside me, and Brino was like, "F Scott Larson." I'm like, "What in the world?"
Well, what was even funnier was they showed up at HWA. That all of us were at HWA for a show, and I'm standing over there with them, and I'm yelling over at you. The real podcasters are over here. Oh, you're over there, the fake podcaster, and everybody was laughing. It was good. It was good stuff, man. I enjoyed
it was funny as hell.
Oh.
Oh, dude, the videos. Oh God.
Cole McAfee said, "People like me teach him more about submission wrestling. No offense, Zach, but no offense, Zach, but no, you don't." Okay, what did he say? I still want to get into a technical match with Brino. Oh, hey! Come on now, Now,
I'm sorry,
that-
dude.
hey,
No, and no. Dude,
Why?
You're not
Why?
there. You're not there where I'm at. You're not seeing what I'm seeing. I'm telling you, no. No.
I've seen Brino Royce wrestle.
Dude, Zach's a good kid. I don't want to see his ligaments torn apart and his joints misplaced. I'm sorry, bro. I don't want to see this because Brino's going to give you a choice: tap or snap. That's it. You got an option. Because
that sounded like a challenge, Saint. That sounded like a
hey! Look, I got nothing to do with this. I'm not involved in the HWA stuff, so don't bring me into this.
You're part of the gimmick now. You're part of
No.
Don't you lead the man to the ring sometimes? I'm just saying.
I know. Hey, that's not the point. I'm not involved with HWA, and that's where this would take place. So.
Now, how do you know? He's calling out Cole McAfee, bro. He said, Cole McAfee, I love that style I've always had, and I like being the underdog.
Well, and that's good, being the underdog, but you need to be, dude. I already wrote something. I got to get a hold of him anyway, but I got something I wrote for Zach anyway.
Okay.
I actually wrote something for him. Kid, you and I, we got to talk at some point. Don't let me forget. I forgot for 3 weeks now, but I got it written down on one of these binders in here somewhere. I wrote something specifically for you.
I personally would like to see a match like that. Just, so anybody book it. I would personally like to see that match because not only would we get the technical wrestling because both guys like to do the technical stuff, but we'd also get a few good moves in there too because I'm pretty sure.
The thing about it is, if y'all ain't noticed, I've noticed it. Brino is extremely peculiar about who he wants to get in the ring and mix it up with.
I got you. No, I understand.
But I'm not saying nothing against nobody.
I'm not saying anything against Zach. Zach knows this. Kid Cutter knows this. He's young. He's got a lot of growing to do. But I'm telling you, he's a
good worker, dude. I talked to him outside of the Holly Cup for like 3 or 5 minutes. He's a good worker. He's a great kid.
Right.
That's not what I'm saying at all. What I'm saying is, have you guys paid attention to Brino and how he prepares for a match? And did you notice that if he looks at something, he's like, this guy's. Do you see how unsafe this? Y'all don't get this, but he's so analytical on what he's looking at. He's not going to take a fight that's going to risk him.
And all wrestlers should be like that, not just Brino, but all wrestlers should look at every match like that.
He's doing the right thing, and I know his gimmick is a boxer, and me as a boxer, man,
prize fighter.
Yeah,
we call it prize fighter.
Basically, I'm about styles. Styles make fights, and Brino, he's looking for somebody that can match his style. Now, the match that he had with Jet Mars, man, very good match. Talent-wise, these two guys matched up really good. Jet was able to roll with him. Now, like I say, I think Brino is a level ahead. Now, I'm not saying he's the same wrestler yet that Jet is, but, man, as far as his technical ability, man, he's pretty much above everybody, and he's even getting farther. Now, I think he'll do good against Chase Emery. Chase, as far as Chase getting in there, rolling with him in that style, I think Zuka will be good with him rolling in that style. I think Drew Hood will be good with him rolling in that style that Brino is doing. But Brino needs somebody that can really get in there and have the bulk. Because like I said, Brino kind of bulky too. To have, he's not big, he's not huge, but Brino has a body style that, somebody needs to be in there. And if they're going to roll with him and, get stretched and all that, they're going to have that. They're going to need that type of body to be able to compliment him. And so, because, Brino, he's going to want himself to look good. Anybody that get in the ring with him going to want to make themselves look good.
The match with him and Christopher Prince was great. Oh, my Lord. Was that was no bones about it. that was a great showing for
Right.
both of them. Because
Yeah.
Christopher Prince is normally that flyer. Well, when you're trying to be a flyer against a ground tech like Brino, look at the way it unfolded. It all looked good. It was good stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Now again, and I am definitely not, because I call him my client because I'm going to start walking him out at some shows, Kid Cutter. But the size thing is always talked about when it comes to Kid Cutter, and I agree with that. Every time I talk to him, you can ask him, you can ask his mom, you can ask anybody who is in his clique as far as wrestling. Every time I talk to him, dude, are you trying to beef up? Are you trying to put some muscle mass on? He's been trying. It's not easy. Everybody who knows, if you have a high metabolism, it's not easy.
Time.
Drink a lot of water and eat a lot of ramen.
Yeah.
The ramen's very salty, so you got to drink the water so you're not dehydrated.
There you go. But I'm just saying, that's the only thing every time that people talk about him, Luke Fury and all them guys who are, these smaller, athletes, that's what
Gavin
they always
Tyler.
want to talk about is, they're too small. Well, the more they wrestle, the more knowledge they get, the more they get ring time with guys like Brino and things like that. They learn more and they can become the wrestler that everybody wants them to become. But you got to give them that shot. That's all that Kid Cutter's asking for. That's all Luke Fury asks for. And all them guys that are that size. I'm pretty sure there was a time when before I'm going to call him Chris Phoenix. You can get mad at me if you want. There was a time when Chris Phoenix,
Christopher
Prince, Chris Phoenix. There was probably a time in his career when everybody thought he was too small. But what happened? He got in with some bigger wrestlers. He started getting his technical skills up. And the same thing happened with him. So all I'm saying is you got to give these kids like that, and they're young, they're learning. I get that. I know they're going to make mistakes, but they've got to have a shot in order to learn. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. In my opinion, I mean, as far as Zach, man, I love Zach. I think he's great. I think he's great. I mean, Kid Cutter. Sorry, Zach, but like I say, I'm calling
it's all good. He understands.
Man, there's a lot of guys out here, man. I think he matches up well with, and I'm not just talking small guys.
Right.
I don't like two small guys in there with. I'm talking about veterans too that I think he matches up really well with and will make him look really spectacular, make him look really good.
Right.
But that Brino thing is probably a few years down the road, and Brino probably is going to be moved on.
But again, if Brino were to work with him, like if he came to a show and Brino was there and Brino would work with him, or wrestlers of his type would work with him, and Kid Cutter's willing to work on it, I mean, I think that's the same thing that happened with Chris Phoenix and things like that. So,
I mean, Cutter.
What about what they said about me with Drew Hood? See,
that wasn't a bad matchup either, dude. It really wasn't. I personally think you, Kid Cutter, your prime opponent right now. I'd like to see you mixing it up with somebody like ADD Jamie Lee.
Now I'll tell you a match that happened just recently that I thought was the best match on the card, and I said it hands down. Jacob Armachain and Kid Cutter went at it at HWA. They blew the roof off the place.
They're both small flyers. Yeah.
Yes.
That's fine. I'm saying for a slightly bigger person, it would be ADD Jamie Lee. And Jamie Lee can do a little bit of the flying. He can shoot, he can work. So what I'm saying is I think that in the evolution of Kid Cutter, somebody like an ADD Jamie Lee is a prime example of somebody to work. Christopher Prince wouldn't be a bad matchup for him. Guys like that. Raylan Albee's another great example.
He can even wrestle people like he can even wrestle people like Bebop, man. I mean, I think he would be really good against guys like that. It's just as far as managing somebody, managing a wrestler, man, or anybody,
Corey, what's that kid's Jackson Cage? Him and Jackson Cage. That wouldn't be terrible.
Yeah. I mean, managing anybody, man, as far as in, you know, wrestling, prize fighting or whatever, you know, you want to protect your wrestlers, man. You want to protect your
Right.
stars, and you want to put them in the best possible matchups to where, like I say, you want to keep them healthy and you want to
Right.
make them look good as possible. So
Right.
what you need to look at as far as a manager or whatever, Scott, whatever you're doing. I mean, if you're going to be out there and he's your client, you want to look at the best possible ways to make him look good. And I mean, it's not
Right.
saying that, oh, he can go into a match with Brino and Brino's going to tear all his limbs apart. I mean, you know, I'm kind of looking at the same thing as
He
Ron
did.
is looking with this,
I would know.
because, you know, I know where Brino's at. You know, I don't see him as much as Ron, but
Right.
I know the evolution, and I know the progression. I can feel
Right.
his progression. I can see his progression every time that I see him. I'm like, he's going to get better and better and better. And that's one thing I was explaining to Chris when he was
Right.
going over his pro wrestling and things like that. And Chris was like, man, you know, he need to do this, need to do that. I said, Chris, he's getting better. He's getting better and better. And I mean, this 8-9 months ago. So,
Right.
you know, I saw that. So, and, you know, and he's a student. He's a student of the game. And that's what I like about him. He's a student. And when you're a student of the game, and
I'm not just saying this because I'm
Yeah.
going to be walking him out at a show. I'm not saying this,
Yeah.
you know, as
Oh,
a
no.
manager or whatever. But what I'm saying is this kid, you know, and I call him kid respectfully because he's not 18 yet. He's going to be soon, or he might have. He's going to be turning 18 soon. I mean, he's all out in this thing. He's not just trying to be a wrestler, a weekend warrior. He actually has his own ring in his backyard. He goes in that ring every day, trains, whether it's him and whoever comes in. He asks people to come out there and train him. I mean, he's willing to go anywhere and learn. And that's what I'll say that about any wrestler, not just Kid Cutter. But when people are that serious about it, you know, people are going to take notice. And you know, some people have. And I agree that he's got a lot of work to do, no doubt. Everybody, you know, he's
It's not
learning.
that. It's not that. So look at it from HWA. All right, put the Booker hat on at HWA, okay? And
Right.
think about logically, if you're bringing in a Brino Royce, who, think about the promos, think about the is the guy. The guy's a pretty decent draw, right? So, in my estimation, are you going to bring a guy like a Brino Royce into there to go against a Kid Cutter? And then you got to go with the logical points of, okay, how's this going to be portrayed and absorbed by the fans? Unless you don't give a shit about your audience, and then, you know, why are you in business? But
Now,
you gotta look at it like that. That's what I'm getting at. I'm looking at it from that perspective because there's been occasions, and this is not something I'm going into great detail on at all. But I will tell you, I was at a show and I'm working. I'm trying to get all my details together, and there's an argument happening. Hey, whoa, what's up? Somebody extras here, and we got to find a hole for him. Okay, cool. Stop. Wait. Listen. Put him here, but he doesn't go over. That guy goes over. Well, why? Because he's from this area. He's going to bring you more than his pay rate was. So you do not put him under in his hometown. Okay,
Right.
that's a great idea. Cool. Then off to the races we went. Everybody was settled. Everything was done.
Right.
Because it logically made sense. When people get tied up with emotion, they can't. Their brain receptors aren't there anymore. They're not firing on all cylinders.
Right.
When things logically make sense and you can do things logically, you can build moments like that are going to resonate with the audience. And then the merch tables are even happier. So the
Right.
wrestlers didn't
No,
just
I
get paid to
understand
perform.
exactly what
the
you're
merch
saying,
tables
but-
perform.
But let me give you a perfect example of the same thing that I'm talking about, where I think somebody like Kid Cutter could wrestle him and make it legit. Because back when Kid Cutter was part of Perfect Vision, now Perfect Vision was a tag team, and they went up against a lot bigger guys also. I'll give you an example. Like when they went out to HWA, they had matches against like
Chris Thunder Anderson and
Chris Thunder
and the
Anderson
guy.
and Cruiser Lewis.
Yeah.
and things like that. And they got beat down, of course, because they were the smaller team. They got beat down, but then, you know, just like a wrestling match, there's always that rebuild where they get their shots in. They finally get the win. That's what I'm talking about. Of course, right off the bat, if somebody just puts Kid Cutter versus Brino Royce on paper, you're going to look and go, yeah, Brino Royce is going to eat this kid alive. He's got more experience. He's bigger. He's the better technical wrestler. Sure. But isn't the saying in football, any given Sunday? Well, what about any given Saturday? You never know.
Well, yeah,
you never know.
That's the allure of it. But at the same time, when you're trying to develop a fan base and keep a story going and all that, you have to look at Scott, you're looking at it. No offense, but you're looking at the match.
I'm stirring the pot, right? I'm stirring the pot because that's what I do on my show, bro.
Well,
I love Kid Cutter, but I just want to see you squirm in your seat trying to explain this to me. But go ahead.
No,
that's tag
go ahead.
team. That's tag teams, and I saw Cutter and Matthews against the Foundation. I've seen them against bigger guys. Seen them against Thunder Anderson and Cruiser Lewis.
Right.
Yeah, of course I've seen that. That's totally different. Because in a tag team, if somebody gets technical with you and you're a small guy, like say in a tag team, you can basically, you have more open space. It's like being on a basketball court. Now basketball, they don't hand check like back in the day when we was growing up, Scott. It's open floor. And it's going,
no harm, no foul back in our day, brother.
Yeah. Pretty much. Everything is not clogged up, so you tagging in and out, and you're able to, Cutter and Matthews was able to get their high flying moves in there, and this is totally different. When Brino, he might not allow that. Not saying that Cutter can't get those things off, but I tell you what, man, we need to roll on from this subject.
We're gonna roll on, but I'm gonna say one thing, and I guarantee you that Kid Cutter will agree with me. I bet he's so sick of hearing that all he is a high flyer. And that's wrong of anybody to just say Luke Fury's a high flyer, Kid Cutter's a high flyer, Jacob Armachain's a high flyer, just by looking at them. That don't mean they don't have the technical skills. Now, whether it plays off in the ring that they're going to put, Brino Royce in a hold and make him give, that's I agree with that.
Scott, what my final point on this is this. You were looking at this as though the match was happening this coming Saturday night.
Right.
I'm trying.
I'm looking at this as though 9 months from now, what's going to make this be more? I don't care about the crowd this Saturday so much as I care about the crowd 9 months from now. I don't want, you got to talk about growth and expansion. Because if anybody's in this, and this includes us as podcasters, live shows, whatever you want to call us today,
right?
If you're not on Spotify, is it a podcast? I don't know. It's right. But what I'm saying is this, or if you're not on iTunes, it's not a podcast. What I'm getting at is this: if you can't get it to 9 months down the road to where it makes the business grow, what's the point? You can't just have something for nothing. If you're going to do that, you may as well just go ahead and call in to the national talents, pay out the butt, get all them in there, and pack a big show out. If that's what your goal is, then just do that. But if you're going to build an audience that loves a character, you have to do something to get them invested, right, Mr. Larson? Give me something to invest in. Guess what? What I have written for Zach, you are going to, if he wants to divulge it to you, that is up to him. I don't care, and I don't care where he takes what I write. It doesn't matter. It's his. Once I write it and give it to him, it's his property. It's no longer mine. I don't care. But if you see it or you read it, you're going to be like, why didn't I think of this? Or where in the hell? Hey, it
might have already been thought of. You don't know that yet. We got to see what you have.
I had a conversation. Now, we talk about the high flying and everything. I don't look at Kid Cutter. I mean, of course, he's a high flyer, but I didn't look at him as that. I like when he's on the ground and he's trying to make a comeback. And I like his speed and he's punching, man.
Yes.
He's on those forearms. I like that more about him. And he will tell you, in Hendersonville, I had a talk with him, and I talked to him about boxing. And I said, Chess, I have no idea, Chaz. All right, sorry guys, but
Oh, you good?
yeah, but I had a conversation with him about boxing. I told him I like his speed, and and I like his ground and pound. I like what he's doing there. So I asked him, have he ever thought about boxing and all that? So that's my favorite part about I was about to say Zach, but that's my favorite part about Kid Cutter. It's not about his high flying moves. I think he can develop and do a lot of things as far as in this business, man. I think sky's the limit. So that's not what it's about. It's just right now, I just think Brino, it's not going to make Brino, it's not going to do him any favors by taking on Zach right now. It's not going to do Kid Cutter any favors either.
I got you.
And his speed is a great point, because I think that's the best part of the guy. A lot of people like to see the aerial spectacle. I could care less. The fact is, when the guy moves across the ring like a freaking speed demon, yeah, now you got my attention, because that's how you end up with those quick exchanges like Eddie Guerrero used to do back in the day, and Chavo Guerrero, Rey Mysterio, Juventud Guerrero, the lucha style with that speed. That's awesome. And Kid Cutter can definitely do that. That's where I think he would excel better than the high flying.
Right.
And
well, he's also learning. If you watched, his last 2 or 3 matches, a lot. And I have. I'm not saying I haven't watched anybody else more. I haven't watched him more. No, it's just that his last 2 matches at HWA, and I'll just use HWA as an example because everybody knows I go there almost every show. He made his opponents tap out. He twisted them up in knots. And you said Jack, what was that person you brought up? And he said he wrestled him?
Jackson Cage.
Jackson Cage. He actually made Jackson Cage tap out. So
all right. So personal opinion. And you said it was a good match.
It was a good match. Both guys. I mean, he did his high flying things. Cage did his things, the ground and pound and the things that he did. But was that overall, before
the show before the AWL show? Was that night before AWL?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, because I saw Jackson Cage the next night against Kilgore.
Oh, I bet that was a heck of a match.
It was definitely a match. It was out there.
It was definitely a match.
Kilgore is investing in himself right now, dude, and it shows. Like the guy's quit smoking. He doesn't drink anymore. He quit all the dumb stuff. He's like, I'm in the gym. I'm eating this. Here's my, like we were talking about macros and stuff. Normally you don't hear a lot of guys talking about macros. Not everybody knows what macros is. That's not macaroni and cheese. That's not microwave. Macros is a measurement on grams and stuff. So
wow.
Yeah,
we got these two arguing over here. Brino Royce, I made him tap. Did you? And Brino said, didn't let him. He went to sleep. So, that's pretty cool.
Oh, Brino, you forgot to call me when you left work today, brother. But it's okay. I'll hit you up after the show.
It's all good. And Brino, by the way, your story will come out soon. I've got a source that is getting me a few more bits of information to add to that story going on to the Carolina Independent Wrestling Report, and then that story will break. So don't threaten to break my fingers again. That's not a good thing. Just
wow. You can't type with broken fingers.
Can't type with broken fingers, sir. Yeah, you're right. Exactly. So without a doubt. But man, we've been on for almost 2 hours, guys. I think we're
Oh yeah. We pretty much covered everything in this last segment.
Harry looks like he's about to tap out. Harry's tapping.
We don't spend a lot of time on it, man. I mean, hey, I love the enthusiasm of Zach and wanting to do that, man. Wanting to be in there with Brino. Brino has had the same enthusiasm, man. He wants, he wants Chase Emery. He had the same kind of enthusiasm, man. So I understand that. Definitely understand it. So
let me go get Brandon Ledford's video.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
I got his video right here. Brandon, you better relax.
If it'll pop up, play it.
I don't know if it will or not. Let's see.
Let's see if we can get it to play. Oh, wait a minute. You're sharing it, so I got to add it to stream. Here we go.
This is Jay Brownie, and I'm hashtag Goof's biggest fan. Listen. We need you, hashtag Goof. I need you.
And this is all done out of
I
love, Brandon.
pawned my
All done out
elementary
of
ring
love, brother.
so that you can pay for another month of this show. Oh, I'm sorry it didn't cover the whole thing. That's the biggest ring I got. I never went through no more school. So we need you, hashtag Goof. I believe in you.
There you go, man. Uh-oh, wait a minute. I lost volume. How did I lose volume?
Well, that was me. I muted myself. My bad.
Oh, okay.
I was
All right.
like,
Look, I'm out to take off, Scott. I'm having
Oh,
trouble
man,
with my
appreciate you coming, Harry. I know it's about time for you to tap out. It's
I
all
gotta
good, man. Before you leave, let me go ahead and do this again for you. The Straight Up Wrestling Show. Go over there, check them out on YouTube, Facebook. They're on all the social media platforms. They talk WWE, AEW, NWA, everything. People's Podcaster Christopher Burton and HBT. Go check out the Straight Up Wrestling Show and sign up. Of course, go over there. If you go to YouTube, subscribe, hit that bell for notifications. Harry, all the best, man.
All right, peace, guys. Y'all have
take
a
it
good
easy, Harry.
one.
All right,
thank
later.
But Brandon, no hard feelings, dude. I did that because you came after me for making fun of Scott or whatever, and it was all part of the gag. So I mean, there was definitely nothing personal there. Believe me.
Right.
I don't know you that well. Hell no, I do know you a little bit. We talked about video games or something at the HWA show I was at for the Bunkhouse Brawl. You and I were talking about
Right.
video games. And
Right.
you're a cool cat. I did that because I needed to think of a fan of Scott's, and I think you're his biggest fan. So, but dude, I borrowed somebody else's glasses, so it didn't look like mine. I took what's that black toothpaste? I used black toothpaste to change my mouth color and everything, dude.
Oh my God!
I invested way too much time into this. It was
He
just
said,
it
I
was,
know, bud. It was all in fun.
right on. It was all a gag, man. So
Oh
I was
Just
like,
not-
but he had to pop in and say, "Boo me!" No, I'm not
Right.
going anywhere.
no, he's not going to be at HWA, but I will be.
No.
You know, I will be. So,
Dude, I'm not. I'm gonna try and like not do anything again this weekend because I didn't
Right.
do anything last weekend.
right.
Without
Without
no.
a doubt.
I'm,
But yeah, just speaking shortly on HWA, guys, HWA is going to get a facelift. They're building inside of it. The wrestling ring's moving. They're going to be doing a lot of things in 2023. So if you've never been to HWA in Rutherford, North Carolina, definitely come check them out today. If not, definitely in 2023, there's going to be a whole lot of changes. They're changing the style of wrestlers that are coming in. I can't really say that, but they're changing a lot of things, and you'll definitely want to come and check it out. So, but man, I'm telling, and I'm going to say this because I know Ron is going to speak up and say it if I don't. And there is a ton of great wrestling shows around. Let me show a couple of posters real quick. Halloween, Holiday Havoc coming up for Pro Wrestling Union, December the 3rd at the Union County Rec Center, 115 Thomas Street, Union Street. You definitely want to go out and check that out. This is the HWA show coming this Saturday, 217 Gilkey School Road. Adults $10, under 12 $5. You'll definitely want to check it out, as there's going to be a couple of titles that are more than likely going to be on the line that night. And then, of course, NAWA Saturday, December 3rd. A lot of great wrestlers are going to be out there. So, and there's going to be a lot of other great shows coming up. But any more that you could think of?
Thomas, Scott's got one toy drive on the 16th. Peterbilt's got a toy drive going on at some point, but I haven't heard from Peterbilt in a bit, so I'm not sure.
Okay.
XWW's running a show on the 18th in Monroe.
Nice.
The 16th is in Charlotte.
Manny
for
Mac.
Thomas
I
Scott.
love that show.
Dude, yeah. When you go to as many shows and you work as many shows, whatever, the butterflies shift, right? I've got it for I get it for every show, but I've got it already for Manny's show because it's a new thing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It's a new show. I've got the butterflies for February too, for Stranglehold.
Ah, yes. We're both going to be interviewing one Eric Nelson, and I know it's going to be fabulous on both shows.
Yep.
He is not one to he is not shy. Let's just put it that way.
No,
not
he
shy
is
at all.
not. I've interviewed him before. I interviewed him before MomoCon, and
Right.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. I'm actually interviewing him and Drago on the same night.
Right.
It's going, and
gonna
that's
be
tomorrow
amazing.
night. That's tomorrow night. It's going from him to that, and tomorrow I'm helping the girls at Peaches and Power Bombs tomorrow night as well.
Oh.
At 7.
That's another
But-
show I keep forgetting. Peaches and Power Bombs, guys. Check those girls out. They are awesome. They also do watch-alongs and things like that, and they talk about AEW, WWE, and the Indies, all three. So, yeah, go check them out, too.
There's content is abundant, man. Content's abundant for everybody out there.
Right.
If you don't know where to go, just ask. And look, send me a message if you got a question. I'll help.
Without a doubt.
And I'm rather diplomatic about my responses. I don't bury anybody or tell you anything wrong. Other day, for example, I was having a conversation with somebody and they were like, well, you know, what makes a reputable company or whatever, or promotion? And I'm like, what makes a reputable promotion or what makes a reputable promoter? Those are two different things, right? So, it's the same. No, it's not the same thing.
No.
I said, go ahead and start naming every promoter that you can name down here. And I said, now, how many of them are, reputable? You see the point. You got to know what you're getting into. Now, everybody's cool. Everybody runs a decent show, but you got to know where to go to catch like the stuff that you're not going to see everywhere else. It's
right.
The thing with having all these shows here is it's most of the talent in the same places. So what are you going to do to make it unique?
Not only unique, but I'll put out there, sometimes you want to go see a wrestling show in a pretty nice venue and not some tin shed in the backyard. I'm just saying that's one big thing that has to do with me. You got some companies that don't, where they run their wrestling show is kind of iffy for me. You know what I'm saying? It's the feel of the show.
When I drove to PWF 2 weekends ago, I was like, where the hell am I at? Because I passed this cow farm that felt like it went on forever. and then I ended up in Clover. And I'm like, all right, this is, little city right here. I've been to Rock Hill, but I've never been to Clover.
Right.
But Zach Thomas and PWF, awesome. And you know me, I've worked for Jimmy and Cole since I got into this. Jimmy, Cole,
Right.
and Buck have been the guiding light for me since I got into this. Right. So for me to work for them and then see the difference that is at PWF, dude, Zach's the most laid back person I've ever seen run a wrestling show ever.
Right.
Joey
and you're talking about bringing some people together. He brings great indie wrestlers in, but he also brings the names in too, which is really nice.
Oh yeah. Joey has his handle on things. I like the way Joey delivers. You know what I'm saying? Shoot. William Rollins, he's got his quirks, but he's a solid dude.
Right.
Jimmy, Cole, Buck, Jesus, I wouldn't work with them if I didn't love them. And
Right.
that's the
Right.
guys I was through. Gary Benfield. You ain't got to be a fan of the man to work for the man. So first off, there's that. But as far as Gary goes, if you take the time to talk to Gary as a person,
Right.
you talk to him as he's a phenomenal guy. And
Very much
Thomas
so.
Scott has got probably one of the biggest hearts you'll ever see in professional
Yes.
wrestling. He
Yes.
loves this shit. He loves
Right.
it, and
Right.
he doesn't give a damn about the door. He gives
Me
a damn
and
about
him
the
are having
fan.
a contest to see who can retire more times than the other.
No, you're in competition with Rick Flair.
Oh, am
you're not
I?
in competition with Thomas Grimm.
Okay. Oh, okay, I got you. But another show that I'll put out there that, you know, is changing its tune and a lot of people need to start really paying attention, I will say it, is APW here in Boiler Springs, right in my backyard. It had a good show before, but there's been a change of management, change of ownership, and they're bringing in some bigger names, and it's a great wrestling show. From what I'm hearing, I'm hearing a lot of good things. I haven't been there yet. Of course, it's right in my backyard. I could probably walk there if I really wanted to, but you know,
No, you
they've
can't.
actually. Yeah, I can't. I could barely walk to the bathroom without falling over right now, bro. I'm just being honest. But anyway, yeah, go check them out. They run every Saturday. They have for over 20 years. And like I said, they're under new management. And another one that you see on the bottom of my screen, New Millennium Championship Wrestling, is another one. I would go and check them out if you've never been out there. Crystal Hudson runs that show out there, and she does a phenomenal job with some of the wrestling talent that's out there. Some of the guys that we spoke about earlier have been out there to New Millennium. So
Yeah,
very much.
the Perfect Vision guys go out there, and a handful of others. I don't know too much about the show. I don't go to the North Carolina much unless I'm paid to go. That's hey, look,
It
dude,
is what it is. That's
what it is.
part of your business, man.
It really is. The only cool thing is, you know, I was worried about saving gas receipts at one point and tracking mileage.
Right.
You don't have to do both. You just track your mileage because the gas receipt's worthless.
Right.
You get paid more per mile than you do for anything else. So
Right.
if you decide to turn your podcast into an LLC, because you'd be a
Okay.
sole proprietorship,
Right.
you can start writing things off. And a side business doesn't mess with certain because it's a loss because of what it costs.
I've actually got paperwork in the process of branding the name, of copywriting the name and doing everything, but I'm running into some problems because there is a lot of hashtag truth per se, but I think in the paperwork they shot it back to me. I forgot to include Indie Wrestling Podcast. I just put hashtag truth, and there's a ton of hashtag truths out there in the media. So I have to include Indie Wrestling Podcast, and I think once I get that done and send it back in, I'm not going to have a problem. But I am in the process of doing all that because I too want to get involved in Roku and all the other good platforms out there, and I want to make sure I'm copyrighted before I go that far.
I'm only involved with the Roku side because of XWW, and even that's like I say, it's an agreement between us, but my content's not there. I thought it was, but it's not there yet. I got to talk to Manny when I work with him, and we'll, you know, I'll figure out what he needs, or you know, whatever. If he needs me to send him the shows, I'll download them off of YouTube and then send them to him or whatever. Right. No big deal, easy enough because it's a variety of content.
We're talking podcasting, ladies and gentlemen. If you want to learn a little bit about podcasting, listen up.
some of your copyright and you know, things like that will actually come when you fill out the document to make it a podcast instead of a live stream. So a live stream, essentially, any of this stuff right here can be downloaded, used, and sold by somebody else, and you have no control over that.
Right, I do understand, and I was explained that a while back when
like on Libsyn, there's a
actually
switch.
Use something of mine. I had somebody actually use something of mine, and that was explained to me.
On Libsyn, there's a switch. The program I use called Libsyn, there's a switch for that. But the problem is, like I say, you got to pay for you. Hey, I'm gonna pull it back. You pay for StreamYard, which is what we're using currently. Then after the show ends, you go download the audio from StreamYard. You inject it into Libsyn. Now you pay a subscription for Libsyn. That puts you out on the podcast network. Then if you want to be on iTunes in just iTunes, you got to pay an extra monthly fee to be on iTunes. Right. iTunes is the biggest one. iTunes is the biggest dog in the fight.
And one of the biggest questions I've gotten, and I've gotten laughed at by a lot of people, including yourself sometimes, because you understand, you know, sometimes I run a sponsorship longer than I'm actually getting paid for it. That's why you laugh. But they wonder why, Scott, what is this sponsorship crap you're talking about? I actually go out and talk to people and do contracts with them, and they'll pay me to run their commercials on my show for a little while. And you know, I don't have, 9,000 views a show, that's not it. But for my local area, there's enough views that they'll get, they might get, I'll give you an example. Like Carolina Cleaning Services. They're local. So, people will, might call them up to use their cleaning services. Grade A auction, they might go out to the auction or something like that. And when people bring up my name and say, hey, how'd you find out? Well, #truth. That helps me out, and that helps the podcast out. And anything I can do to generate that, because we're all in this to promote, but we're also in it to make money. I'm not going to sit here and lie to anybody. I'm in this to make money too.
Well, so kind of on my end, I don't expect to make my money off the podcast.
Right. But of course, you're able to go out and work at the shows where I can't. So that's the difference. That's where I have to, adjust.
So I essentially pay for a platform to advertise all the shows that I work for, as well as if anybody reaches out to me, because it's happened. They'll reach out, hey man, will you advertise my show? Of course. As a favor to a friend, of course. Or if it's somebody I don't know, or I don't know, pick Joe Blow promotion in Whitmire. I whatever. Right. I don't know them. Hey bro, it's you give me a bill, some cash, and I'll promote it and tell the show every week on Thursday.
I go to iTunes. He's telling me all the places he goes. Yeah, dude, that's great.
iTunes is great, except for like some weird glitch happened with mine, and my show is everywhere else. You can download it, and you can download my old episodes on iTunes. You can't download my new stuff. I don't understand what is going on there. I got to fix that.
I started to do that, but my for some reason, because I do all 99% indie guys. And I'm not saying this to be mean or anything, but it's hard to put that over to people and have them buy it. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I split my show into two.
Right.
And I have the indie spotlight stays here, and everybody shares the indie stuff, because the indie guys, some of them are y'all are marks, and some of them are like, hey man, thank y'all for the votes of confidence, or thank you for the compliments, or whatever. Right. A lot of people like that, especially if they're doing a show where it's, a charity, they're doing a charity thing. They love that stuff.
Right.
Whereas somebody in Russia is not going to give two flips about what we're doing here in the Carolinas.
Right.
So once I started realizing that my stuff was downloaded, I'll do this right now because I don't remember. Russia was one place I was downloaded in.
Oh wow!
Yeah, I was downloaded in
That's
Russia.
Cool.
There's a map. I can show you this off air. I can't show you this here.
It'll pop up and show you where you're getting views from.
Oh yeah, it tells you where at. You can click the map and see locations. All right,
cool, man. I like that.
The United States, Mexico, Dominican Republic, France, Nigeria, Argentina, El Salvador, Germany, Colombia, Honduras.
Wow, that's pretty good.
Canada, the UK, Ecuador, Puerto Rico, Georgia, the country, not the state, guys. Trinidad and Tobago, Nicaragua, Belize, Pakistan, and I can't pronounce it, Angola. Trinidad and is there again. Peru, Jamaica, Guatemala, Belgium, Bahamas, Indonesia, Vietnam, India, Spain.
Wow.
India, United Arab Emirates. I don't know. Cameroon, Kuwait, China, Morocco, Grenada, Russian Federation, and Macedonia.
Oh, wow. Macedonia.
Those are all the places that my podcast has been downloaded currently.
Wow, that's pretty good. I like that.
It's insane. I'm
pretty nice.
Holy crap. I got up to 300. Dude, no. I was at 150 when I started the week. Or this month. I'm at 502. So I got 358 new downloads just this month.
Nice. Very good.
That's not bad. So
is really
I'm
good.
like,
But the premise of, and we've spoken about this, and everybody I've ever talked to about my podcast here, I don't want to get outside of indie. For some reason, I just love being it. I feel more comfortable in the indie scene where I'm interviewing indie wrestlers, whether it's the owners, promoters, everybody, the referees, the managers. It's just my big scene, and I could easily, go out and do what you do, what the Straight Up Wrestling Show does, Peaches and Peaches and Power Bombs and all of them, but I'm not that, and this is going to sound bad, but it really isn't. I'm not that into AEW and WWE as I am into the indies. I could sit for hours and watch indie matches on YouTube more than I would want to watch the big time stuff. And that's just me.
right. Now here's the trick of the trade-off here. So, and think about it. Yes, I love that song. I love that song. The Animaniacs was like the greatest cartoon ever. Pinky and the Brain is the thing. Okay. Oh, and while we're on the topic of the '90s, hey, God bless the family and friends. Jason David Frank, man, the Green and White Ranger, man, that's terrible.
My wife is a huge Power Ranger fan, and she cried when she saw that.
So think about it like this. You run, let's say you ran 3 nights a week. You did Monday, Wednesday, Friday, right? We'll just pick those days.
That is my normal schedule, but here
but let's call it that for hashtag truth. Let's say you do the slapdown on Tuesday or Thursday, okay?
That's what I usually do.
Now, let's say you did an indie show on Monday. On Wednesday, you talked about, the big leagues. And then on Friday, you did another indie show. The reason that works, Scott, is because on Monday, you're able to bring in from the weekend. And on Friday, you're able to promote the weekend coming, as well as future.
Right.
That's essentially what I do with Thursday being my indie show.
Right.
Because Thursday is before Friday. Friday night, they'll go see a show I talked about. Now, why does that matter with what I talked about on the big leagues? Here's why. Because the big leagues is getting downloaded around the world.
Right.
So they're going to be hey, man, I wonder if this guy's doing stuff other than what he does here. Because he says, check him out on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Let me go see what he's doing.
That's the one thing that you're expanding out like that, where I stay on YouTube and Facebook, and I stay on indies. And
you're talking about going to a podcast for a news report, though. You're talking about making the Carolina Independent Wrestling Report as a news thing, as a podcast. Right. So if you did that, then essentially you're locking yourself into only the Carolina independent scene, and your podcast is only right here. If you took one episode a week, all right. Look at most of your shows are only an hour. This is a 2-hour show. I'm sorry, Iron Man, and we're gonna do the thing.
As long as we're talking and we got something to talk about, I can go for 6 hours. But I'm just saying, usually I run out of things to say. But go ahead.
Right. So you're taking the eye on the product that you have, your perception of the big leagues, and you're putting it out there for everybody to see.
Right.
Whereas when they download the Carolina Independent Wrestling Report for a podcast, what are they? What's the draw from somebody in Russia or India to download that? It's a lot of money for something that's not got a lot of traction. Okay.
Right.
I'm trying to, and I'm being logical.
I understand. No, I understand where you're coming from, but
you'd be better off just doing it on here,
and
leaving it on here as the Carolina Independent Wrestling Report. Instead of going to a podcast.
That's what I'm doing.
So you're no longer doing that.
Yeah, I was going to expand. But like I said, you missed that part where I said that. I said I was going to expand, but the money that I was putting out was more than what I was bringing in, and that ain't gonna happen. Which one?
Go to the comments section from Jimmy Ward.
Jimmy Ward? Where's Jimmy Ward at?
No, he posted it on mine, on not on yours. That sucks. He posted on my share. I shared your post because listen, if I'm on a show or if I'm going to be involved in a show or if I'm on your show, or if I'm not on your show, but you
Right.
acknowledge me and you acknowledge
Right.
my show, I'm going to share your product. Do you know
right,
why?
same
Because,
as me. Same as me.
because it's working together.
Right. I
When
do
the-
that with everybody. So yeah.
Well, when it's not mutually beneficial, it don't happen no more. That's a big thing. That's
Right.
that's part of that respect and professional wrestling. Jimmy
Right.
Ward on my share of your thing, he said, "I take offense to the tin shed in the backyard comment."
No. You know Jimmy Ward better than me calling your backyard a tin shed. That would never happen in a million years, brother.
Oh,
You know
boy.
that. I don't know
boy.
of many people who have a $30,000 tin shed in their backyard.
dude. And hold on. A $30,000 tin shed in the backyard that's paid for.
Yeah, that's
You-
paid
you-
for.
You
Yeah.
got to add that's
Add
paid for.
The whole thing. And that people actually want to pay money to come see.
Yeah, dude. It is a fun venue. I love the venue because
I want to go out there. I'm sorry, and I'm going to give him an official apology right here because I told him I was coming, and I wasn't going to go to any wrestling show that weekend. But my wife and my daughter kind of cornered me, so they wanted to go out there. My leg was feeling really bad, and HWA, they called up some of the guys out there, and HWA said, "We're going to hook you up." But you know me, I'm not going to sit down with my leg up and all that at a wrestling show. Anybody who knows me knows that's not me. So, of course, I went to that show, and for the next 4 days, I was pretty much in that bed right there.
Well, right.
Because
Well, no,
I was being stupid.
So truth be told, I told Jimmy, I said, bro, I did work I helped Scott and his family out earlier that week.
Yeah.
For the love of God, take my word for it. His foot was the size of a damn basketball.
My foot was this big, literally, and it's gotten a little bit smaller, but I still can't put a soccer shoe on my left foot. That's how big it is.
Right.
I literally can't put a soccer shoe on.
Right. So I told him legitimately. He said, well, yeah, and that was kind of how the conversation went.
I felt so bad. I felt so bad because he put something out there. And again, he told me it wasn't just me he was talking to, but I knew one of them was me. And he said, don't tell me you're going to show up to my show because I make arrangements for you and you don't show up. I get it. I felt so bad when he said that, but I want to come out there, and one of these days I will make it out there, even with you or without you. I will make it out there to one of his shows because that's one of the places I really want to go. Because the one thing that my moniker of my show, and here I'm going to do it just for him, because I have to.
Give me something to invest in.
Give me something to invest in. He gave me something to invest in, and I haven't been out there yet, and I apologize.
Well, so truth be told, like I said, dude, I told him, I was like, here's what I know because I helped him earlier this week. And that was it. That was the end of the conversation. You know what I'm saying? So like he at least knew what I was saying. You know what I mean?
Right. I got you.
So it's wrestling, right? So you never know what's real, what's not. So when you have corroborating people, I'm just making sure I wanted you.
No, if I don't make
it,
and I tell you I'm sick or something's wrong with my body, it is the truth. I don't play around when it comes to my health.
No, dude, no. All right, he was supposed to meet me the second night and didn't even show up to that. So yeah, for real. He was supposed to be there both nights where I had to go, and he wasn't there the second one. He was only there the first one. But it's fine. Either way, the thing of it is, as much as it may seem odd, it's coming to this point where you're gonna have to. I know it's really out there for y'all to plan ahead for these, but I want to start trying to set up shows where I know you can go and get out there and experience as much of the different ones as you can.
I want to. As a matter of fact, I was even thinking of investing in, and that's why I said the sponsors come in for this too. And when I pitch a sponsor, that's what I pitch to them is I don't want to stay in, this is not what I really want people to see behind me when they watch #Truth is my my room. I want a decent backdrop or whatever. And I'm going to make that happen soon. That's going to be on my own. But what I was really seriously thinking about doing was investing in a couple of really nice easy chairs that I could put in my car, that I could put in me and my wife's car. So when we go into a show, I've already got a speaker box where I could hook up a couple of nice microphones and it's loud enough where, and I'm investing in a camera, not just a cell phone, but an actual nice 1080 camera, where I can actually take hashtag on the road. When I show up to a show, give me a corner of your venue. I'm going to set up those 2 chairs, set up the prop, and I'm going to make it just like a talk show there where wrestlers will walk in, sit down in the chair, and we're going to have conversations. And, conversations about the show, have the owner sit down and have a conversation. We could set that up before the show or after the show, even during the show, even if they want to come right off the stage, and I'll be live and they could come right over and sit down and, interview like you would an old-fashioned wrestling show. I've actually had ideas like that come through, and that's what I really want to do. And that's why I want to stay just indies, because that's my thing. That has always been my niche since I started this. And that's why I don't do the AEW and WWE. Now, I'll talk to the indies guy who makes it there if he wants to come on my show once he makes it there.
Well,
it's hit or miss, but
see I'll go ahead and give you a little bit of a heads up into how that one goes. The kicker with that is they have to talk to their media departments. And the media department has to approve it.
I understand that.
AEW's media department is more likely to give you that than the WWE's.
Right.
Because the WWE generally wants to make sure everything's controlled climate.
Right.
So there's that.
Brandon said, "Go all in with the 4K. Heck, my phone records video in 4K, 60 FPS. That's cool and all, but what I need, Brandon, is basically, and Saint can understand this, and anybody who does, who records shows at wrestling shows can understand it. I want something that's going to be travelable. It's going to be able to travel. I can put it in a case. I want something nice, is basically what I'm saying. I'm not looking to spend, just a couple of dollars on a camera, call it a day. I want it to look like a TV show. I want TV quality. And that's what I'm shooting after.
My hard cam is an old school. Well, I say it's an old school. My hard cam is a 1080p high definition camera, but it's a camcorder from like 10 years ago.
Right.
That I use. The camera I use to record wrestling shows is my iPhone 13.
Right.
That's
right.
it.
But I don't have an iPhone 13. I can't afford an iPhone 13.
Well, right.
But,
So some, believe it or not, they make apps for that. They make apps that actually improve your camera. Next time I come across it, I think it's VidMic. It's like VidMic or something like that.
Right.
But I just sent you a link to something because you were talking about a background. So I was like, bro, are you serious? It crossed me earlier. It came across my thing earlier. I'm not worried about the background because this room is going to change anyway. Right. So I got my gear. I got my gear bag. Hey, that's my humidor right there. I got some nice stogies in there.
Well, I used to have the back bedroom in the house here, and it was like an office. But then we had a family member moving. We had a daughter moving in with some kids, so I got moved to this room. And the back room, I had enough room back there where I could put my desk kitty corner to the corner, and I had that wall. Remember the black and gray wall,
checkerboard,
and that looked really professional, at least to me anyway. It looked a lot more professional than what I'm showing back here. This drives me nuts. I'm not going to lie to people. This right here, even though it's me, it's my room, I'm not ashamed of it. But this drives me nuts when I'm on, trying to make somebody else look good. Because if you're a wrestler showing this to somebody else, you're going to look good, but the podcast, they're going to look over and go, well, that podcaster's in his bedroom, dude.
Well, no, that's all right. So essentially, like with me, when you see me at a wrestling show, this crap you see is in my car because this is my office.
Right. I got you.
So, I mean, and then when
that's what
the room changes,
that's what I'm trying to do.
when the room changes to something different, all you're going to see behind me in the future is going to be a couch, a black leather couch. That'll be what. And no, it's not a casting couch. Don't get your hopes up, guys. Relax, relax. Okay, okay. I'm not going that route.
There you go.
But it's
There
going to
you
be
go.
that same style of couch. If I can work it to where I get if I can work it to where I get the massage and the heat in the couch, I'll do that too. But if not, it is what it is.
Right. But that's my next step in hashtag truth that I really want to do is I want to get the chairs together. I want to get the camera together. I've got the box, like I said, I've got the speaker, the amplifier, whatever, where I can plug in. And all I need is a couple of plugins when I get to a show. I can bring the extension cords and everything. All I need is a couple of plugins, and I can basically set it up and run a show right there from any show.
To be fair, and this is being legitimately fair, you could probably get away with everything you want to do with a mediocre laptop.
Right, but the thing is, the thing is, with doing it laptop style, I'd have to have a big table sitting up there, and then it's
No.
How
No,
would I
you
not?
don't.
How would I not? How would I be able to set two chairs up let me show you a picture of what I'm.
I know
What-
I know exactly what you're thinking of. Hold on. This. Here you go. Essentially this. Hopefully that one went through. Did the other thing I sent you come through?
Let me see.
The green
not on
screen?
Facebook. I'm not on Facebook, so let me go.
Oh,
to
it'd be your
Facebook.
messenger. Yeah, it'd be your messenger.
Yeah. I got to go to Messenger. on
And
there.
and to the audience, yeah. Hey, look, it's okay. We're still doing a live show.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to look for the people that think I'm such a
Oh.
jackass. No, I really do care about building a brand.
I got you. I see what you're
but so
saying with
the
with
green
the post.
screen. The green screen's a whole nother thing. Let me send
Yeah.
you that just in case it didn't come through. Here,
But let me show you a picture, and I'll put it up for everybody to see. I'll load it up to StreamYard so everybody can see
but
what
you
I'm
can
talking
you
about.
can do that, and then all you need is a tripod that you would use to hold a camera.
Right.
Because most of
Right.
them, the mount for a camera is the same as the mount for a microphone. You just bring the microphone to dead in between the two of you. Camera's there. You can put your background on it. You can do boom. It's all, and you record it.
Right. Now
You
now,
don't have
let
to
me
use
set this-
StreamYard.
Right.
You don't have to use StreamYard. You have to use a
No,
different
it's
program
not
to
going to
record
be
it.
StreamYard. This is going to be it's when I show you this picture and I'm going to explain it, you're going to see enjoying everyday life on a screen behind it. That's going to be a big hashtag drape. I'm going to get a drape,
Okay.
a big drape to put in the background. And then this is basically what I want in the corner of the show. It's going to look something like that, where I'm over there talking, and I'm gonna have a microphone, and the rest it ain't gonna be two chairs. It's just gonna be one. They're gonna be spread out a little bit further. There's not gonna be the coffee table, but we're sitting there with the hashtag truth drape behind it, and the wrestler can come in, sit down, and we'll have a conversation, just like being on a talk show. But I'm gonna be right there at the wrestling show.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. You can portray that same thing with the camera, and then the program you would use in that case would be like I think it's OBX or OBS, one of the two, OSB, OXB, something like that.
I'm not even going to try to pronounce this name, but welcome to hashtag truth. Good luck with that one, brother.
Oogie Louie
What's up?
Mally Kiki too.
Yeah, whatever he said.
Yeah,
Welcome to
Gesundheit.
hashtag, man. Yeah.
Gesundheit.
Thank you for coming on. You're listening to a couple of podcasters talking about where we're going to take our shows.
Well,
We
I mean,
were
I'm not
talking
gonna.
wrestling, but we got off into Brandon's like, huh? But yeah, that's basically what my next step is. I want to do for hashtag, and again, it's all about getting the wrestlers, the indie wrestlers, giving them the spotlight. Because that's what I've always loved to do, man. And we forgot a wrestler to talk about when we were talking about up and comers and that. And he's not an up and comer. He's a gruely vet. He's been doing it for 20 years. But Big Country is another guy that
Dude,
Without a doubt, man. Robert
I had-
Ordway, you are the bomb, my friend. Let me tell you.
I sat down with him the same day I was an announcer for Ricky Morton.
Okay.
I sat down with Big Country. I had never met the man in my life. I knew who he was. I don't know if he knew who I was.
Right.
But I sat down next to him over at the gimmick tables, or at the merch tables. I'm sorry, the merch tables, not the gimmick tables, the merch tables. Anyway,
Right.
so I'm sitting there with him, talking to him. The guy's got such a killer mind for this business. I was blown away. I'm like, dude, I love talking to Big
Oh,
Country.
Big Country
That was-
is amazing. Big
Yup.
Country is amazing. And the thing about it is he's 400 plus pounds, but he could super kick a 6-footer upside the head. And I'm not even kidding when I say that. I've got pictures.
Yeah, I've heard. But yeah, it was just cool that he came out to that event. It was, dude, Sam Houston, Bobby Fulton, Jackie Fulton, George South, Ricky Morton. You know, it was a ridiculous. It was the day after the gathering in Charlotte. It was after the gathering ended in Charlotte, same day actually, because the gathering's like a 4-day thing. But just they do. It was so cool to meet those guys, and you know, hell, I stepped outside to smoke, and Sam Houston was out there, and dude, that guy is huge.
Oh,
He
yeah.
is
Oh, yeah.
huge.
Without a doubt.
Oh.
There's a wrestler that's going around making the circuit around North Carolina. His name is Tyre. Have you ever seen him? Tyr?
Yep.
Tyr? That guy is he is like 6'5", something like that, 6'8". I mean, he is tall.
Did you see the video I posted with the leap from the ground to the Hurricane Rana at the top rope?
No.
Did you see that video on my profile?
No. I'm gonna
Tyson
go check that out.
Maddox. Tyson Maddox ran from corner to corner of the ring, leaped, and hit a Hurricane Rana. And I'm like,
Oh, you're talking about the big guy that ran and did that?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes, I did.
oh
see
my
that.
lord,
Amazing.
dude.
Amazing.
I was like, oh my God. Because he's
Big
the
time
Brolic.
agility.
He's the
right?
Brolic. That's his name is the Brolic, Tyson Maddox. So that's why
Wow.
when I wrote it there, I was like, bro, my God, instead of oh my God.
Right.
And you know, some people probably didn't get it, and oh well, it's okay.
Right.
I did, and it was funny.
That's what I like about you, man. You put it out there no matter what. Even if somebody don't get it, you just put it out there anyway. I love it. And that's amazing.
So if they want to, they'll care and they'll ask you.
Right.
If they want to get
That's
it, they're
it.
going to care and they're going to ask you. If they don't care, they don't want to get it. They're not going to. You know, opinions are like buttholes. Everybody thinks that everybody
Everybody's
else's
got one.
stinks. Okay, that's what it boils down to.
Oh
that's-
man.
So, and I look, you meet so many people, man. I've met so many awesome people in this business, dude. I
That's
think
what
that's
I like
been,
about podcasting. That's what I love about podcasting. And I'm not saying I'm a celebrity in any way, shape, or form, but it's awesome when you go to a show. Anybody who's seen my podcast or anything, and you show up to a show, especially if I'm like helping promote that show, and you go there and wrestlers are coming from the back to say hi to you and shake your hand, or they'll walk by you and they'll shake your hand like you're part of the show. That's just, it's always blown my mind, man. I never get a big head, but it's like, hey, you know, that guy just came by and shook my hand. He didn't have any reason to do that. But
it's real
it's
weird
just
when it
awesome.
happens. It's real weird when it happens and you're not at a wrestling show. That's when it's real weird.
well, that too. I mean,
Yeah.
I'll tell you the one time I actually did cry, though. I went to a 3-count show. They had a 3-count show, and I went to it. This was probably 3 years ago or so. And I went to the show, and I'm out there, and you know the wrestlers are, you know, hee-hawing back and forth with me because I'm never quiet at a show. Anybody who's ever seen me at a show, I am never quiet. So it got to be intermission of that show, and some young lady walks up to me and she goes, "Scott, I got to ask you a question." I'm like, "Uh-oh, I'm in trouble." She goes, "No." She goes, "Can I have a picture with you and can you give me your autograph?" And I'm like, "I'm not a wrestler." "No, but I watch your show and I'd really, dude, I literally started crying, dude. That was the first time that a person has ever walked up to me like that and said, "Man, I love watching your show. I want your autograph." And I'm like, "Do you see the wrestlers that are standing over there and you want my autograph?" Wow. You talking about a powerful moment.
Harry brought up DJing earlier because another lifetime ago that's something I did. I haven't done it down here. I don't plan on it down here. I don't like new music enough to do it. So we can start with that. But man, I wanted to laugh because he was like, "You just got to get the crowd hot and you're good to go." No, not really, because this one time I was working a show and I used my little brother-in-law to help me because I needed help that night. So I was just like, "Bro, all right, working a show by yourself for 6 hours, you got to go to the bathroom, right? You need a drink, and I'm a smoker, so I need to smoke." So I was like, "Hey, buddy, listen. All you got to do is hit play on this one right here. For the very next song, you press this button, you're done. It's over. 2 buttons. That is all you got to hit is 2 buttons. And I'm going to hook you up and have you set up for a good long song." I played the booty call, okay?
Okay.
I go outside, I smoke, I come back in, the booty call's still playing. I go to the bar, I get a drink, the booty call's still playing. I then make it all the way back. I'm like, "Bro, this song ain't over yet? What the hell?" He goes, "Nah, bro. They said they wanted it again, so I gave it to them again. 3 times." I'm like, "Jesus, kid." I'm like, "Bro, you just booty called him out because he played it 3 times straight." I died laughing, dude. I thought it was the funniest thing ever. And I'm like, "All right, well, I'm back. I'll mix it up a bit." And, and then we were DJing a wedding. We DJ'd a wedding. I don't even remember who these people were. I don't even know how they know me.
Did you see that reel that somebody had put out? And I thought it was awesome, of the gender reveal, the wrestling gender reveal.
Yes, I saw that.
But two wrestlers. One came out in blue tights. The other one came out in pink tights, and they wrestled each other. And the winner was the gender. I thought that was so cool, bro. That I wish I could have. I wish I could have one more kid, because that would be so cool of a gender reveal, dude. Call up my 2 favorite wrestlers and say, "Hey, I'll pay you to do a gender reveal. One of you's got to wear pink, though."
Well, all right, so you make it easy. You call paparazzi for pink.
There you go.
You call paparazzi.
There you go.
Oh man.
Oh,
dude. Well, he did his wrestling reveal in a wrestling ring. Did you see that?
Michael King's coming in at the 2-hour and 37-minute mark, and he's saying, "What the nation is going on here?" We're talking about you, Michael King. Was your ears burning?
I know. Listen. Look. Listen. We bullshitting. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, that's about all it is.
This is BS in 101, brother. That's all this is. BS in 101.
We're just having a good time talking shop, man. What's up?
Paparazzi did his kids reveal at a wrestling show. What he did was he came out with his shirt covered, and the detail is the logo of his shirt, whatever color the logo was what what the kid was, the gender.
Right.
So he came out and it was, and he had it covered up, and then he unveiled it and it was blue.
Nice.
So that was cool. Nice. I watched that whole thing live. It took like 20 minutes to get there.
Nice. I love stuff like that. Michael King sounding like Yosemite Sam. Uh-oh. That might be fighting words, Brandon.
Oh, man. No, I saw this video earlier that was hilarious, but I'm not going to go into that because that would definitely get us in trouble.
No, us get in trouble? Never. Not on a podcast.
Hey, look.
I've got to ask you, what is the craziest thing you've ever had happen on your podcast? What is the craziest thing you've ever heard that was said or because I've had some crazy stuff happen on mine. What, you?
Well, other than like the only real thing I tell people when they come on my show is it's like, hey, look, I don't get into politics, don't get into religion. Y'all want to talk
Right.
about that? Let's
Right.
go get a drink and a cigar, and we can
Right.
go sit in the corner outside, and we can have a great conversation. I'll talk to
Right.
anybody about that stuff, not on air.
I'm the same
There's-
way. I'm the same
There's
way.
a reason why, like, I go through my Facebook memories every day, and I'm like, delete, 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 delete. I delete all the stuff from the past because 2 reasons. Number one, just because that was my thought or opinion 7 years ago doesn't mean that's my thought or opinion today. That's A.
Right.
Point
Right.
B is because I'm smart enough to know this. If I go red or I go blue, I alienate the other one of you. So that's freaking dumb. Why would anybody want to
Michael
do
King
that?
said, I come in from the field and see you two together talking gender reveals. Nice.
It was funny. It was funny. It's okay. But yeah, no. So the craziest thing, other than that, I've pulled the curtain back a little too far a couple times.
Right.
Other than that, it is what it is.
I've had some really crazy things, man. The one that I talk about the most, and you've probably heard me tell the story a few times, but if you've been
The
here
chair-
for this 2-hour
chair breaking.
marathon,
the chair breaking.
the chair breaking. The chair broke one time. The first time that I actually had a fall was I was interviewing Jake Jacobs of all people, and I had my green screen, and it fell down on my bed at the time, and my cat was back there scratching on it. So I got up during the interview, turned, and went to grab the cat from the green screen. Well, when I turned to walk to grab the cat shoots under me, hits my kneecap, and I go down face first. Just boom, man down. I'm wrapped up in the green screen. I'm coming up, and Jake he was sitting over there in his chair trying to be as calm as he could be. He's like, he wants to laugh, and I come back and I'm like, man down. I made fun of it. Then he got to laugh, and we had a good time. And then 3 days later is when the chair thing happened. I had a steel chair that I thought was pretty sturdy, and it broke right out from under me during a show, and I literally went down hard, and my knee buckled up under me. When you're sitting and
Yeah.
you fall down and your knee and your leg curls in like this. That's what
Yeah.
happened to me. So I could not get back up to run the show. And I can't remember who I was interviewing that night. I think it was what was his name? He's one of the oh man. See, he's going to get upset with me. But anyway, I fell down and I couldn't get up. So my daughter had to come in. Destiny comes in and goes, we're going to have to cut the show off. My dad's down on the floor. He can't get back up. That's why when you fell down in your chair and you brought up the Pepsi, because I have my 2-liter right here. I pour it in a cup now just because of you. I used to just chug it right here on air, but I don't do that anymore because of. But it was funny as all get out when you grabbed that Pepsi. And that's what made me laugh more than anything. And,
Well, no. And for all the stands out there that didn't understand it, he had the video when he was in the hospital before any of you guys ever had it.
I already knew about all of it, and I thought it was hilarious. And I didn't get offended. I don't get offended about things like that. It was funny then. It's still funny now. I mean, it was funny at the time it happened. I just couldn't get up off the floor when the chair broke. But
There's just the hidden video that's not allowed to be seen. There's very select few people who have seen the one last piece of the puzzle. It's just not coming out. It's not coming out unless somebody pisses me off, and it's not you. So
right. I got you. But the craziest thing I ever had happen, it was like my 3rd or 4th show on hashtag ever using StreamYard, using this, the way we're having our show now, the way we're doing the show now. And the wrestler's name was Twinkle Toes. He comes on. And he was an APW guy. He got the name at APW because Chief Jay Eagle at the time, he had this thing where if you wanted to wrestle, he'd let you come in and wrestle. It didn't matter, how good of a wrestler you were. If you had any training, if you wanted to get in the ring, he'll throw you in the ring. So he'd put you in the ring. He put him in the ring, but the fans got to name you. That's That's the thing. The fans got to name your wrestling name, and then you'd go ahead and wrestle. Well, he gets in there, and for some odd reason, some guy yells out Twinkle Toes, and that ends up being that wrestler's name. His name was legit Twinkle Toes. And he loved that. Wait, it gets better. And I love this guy to death. Don't get me wrong. I love this guy. But he legit got a tattoo, Twinkle Toes, on his arm because he was proud of the name at the time. And I'm like, what? How could you be proud of Twinkle Toes? But anyway,
the guy.
Well, wait a minute. The thing he did on the show, was his wife was literally sitting from me there, right over there is my TV, or you can see the end of my bed. His wife was literally off screen right there at the end of my bed. And he legit said on air, if somebody would hire me to come to a wrestling show, I'll divorce my wife. He legit said that on air, bro. And I did not know how to I was like, bro, did you just say that?
All right. He's got to mean like a big show. He can't mean something like an indie show. He's got to mean something.
He meant in indies anybody. And of course he's divorced now. Go figure.
Well, you play stupid games, you normally win stupid prizes.
Right.
Well, you remember the guy that you had interview on your show? He was like the masked menace or the masked villain or some.
Oh my gosh, I've had a lot of people.
You know what I'm talking about, right?
Yeah, I know exactly who you're talking about.
Listen, you won't believe this. I was around for a conversation between him and Gabe Zapolsky. Do you know who Gabe Zapolsky is? Gabe Zapolsky is the reason Ring of Honor is worth a dime.
Okay.
The top era, the top period of time when Ring of Honor was really something, it was because it was Gabe Zapolsky's baby. Gabe Zapolsky was Paul Heyman's protege. A lot of people don't know that either. Gabe Sapolsky is one of the most, a very, very brilliant guy when it comes to wrestling. Anyway.
Okay.
When I heard him talk, I instantly knew who it was because I heard him speak. I was like, holy crap, it's the same guy?
Mm-hmm.
No, it's the same dude, but it was perfectly clear. Like everything was cognitive and it made sense. And I said, dude, what the hell? I asked him straight up. I said, hey, do you remember Scott Larson and being on Hashtag Truth? He goes, yeah, I remember that. I said, what's the difference between what you were doing with him and what you did on here? Why were you so, like, he was poignant and everything was there. But on your show, it was like.
Right. He actually said on there, and he had to correct himself really quick. Because the first question I ask out of the shoot every show is, how long you been in wrestling? Who trained you? And he said, I've been in wrestling for 2 years. And he named his trainers. And then somewhere the audience started asking questions. And somewhere in that interview, he made the statement, I don't need to train anymore. I've been doing this for 2 years. And including you, everybody jumped him. It was like I had people sending me messages and I'll never book him on the show. I was like, no. Watch the whole show, because a lot of people tuned out when he said that.
Dude.
And he corrected himself like 2 minutes later, and he goes, what I meant was, and then he corrected himself. I can't remember exactly what he had said, but he corrected himself. But when he came out and said that, I was awestruck. I was like, bro, you did not just say that.
Well,
I had Cole Maccabee on here. I had like 4 or 5
in his character.
Promoters.
In his character.
Yeah.
I don't need to train because I'm already that good.
Right. But that wasn't the part of the conversation that we were at, though.
Right. Yeah. So he was in character when he was supposed to not be in character. But either way, yeah. The dude's a pretty nice guy, actually.
No, he's a good wrestler. He's a decent wrestler, good, nice guy. I mean, he is very. I mean, if you talk
originally from Marion and Black Mountain area, that's where he's originally from. Is down there, and he's wrestling.
He does a very successful podcast. Believe it or not, he actually does have a podcast. It's out on one of the iPod or iTunes or whatever, and it's pretty successful. I can't remember exactly what it's called, but
right.
He's a really
Cool.
good guy. But it just shocked me that he said, I've had a lot of moments like that, man. And I've had things where the electricity went out in the middle of a show at my house and
Seen that.
everything blacked out. And I mean,
When I used to do
Go
the
back
show
and he's telling us to
outside,
go to bed.
you're not my dad, Cole. Aren't I older than you? I think I'm older than Cole.
I don't
know.
I don't know.
I think I'm
might
older
be
than
older
Cole.
than Cole too, but I
You
don't know.
are. You are older than Cole. That I know. I might
Yeah, I'm
be.
an old fart.
I think I am. I don't remember. Anyway, look, I'm kind of like Ford. I don't recall. Haha. So look, see that joke right there would annihilate all the Chevy fans. They'd be like, he's a prick. And then they wouldn't tune in no more if I said that joke. When I used to do the show out in the backyard, what I would do is I called it grilling with the Saint. And I would go out there.
Dude, a story never starts good. It'll never end good when you start. When I first did it out in my backyard, when you're on a wrestling show, it never ends good.
So I used to do my show from the grill. I would be out there grilling dinner on my gas grill, and I'd be out there and I'd be I'm making this right now, guys. But hey, look, so what do y'all think of this? And we'd kind of go back and forth. I'd read the comments and stuff as I was cooking.
Right.
And I'd be out there for hours drinking or cooking ribs oh my God. The night I did the interview with the Black Society.
Oh man, great tag team. We forgot to add those guys to the tag team.
One of the better teams in the area because they got work ethic.
Yes.
They got work ethic.
And cahoots to one of the guys that he actually lost like 75, 80 pounds. Looks really good.
Ryan Mantis, you need to go up on that number.
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just.
Oh, dude,
I don't know the exact number, but he lost a lot of weight, and
yeah, he did great. He looks fantastic. I had been out on the grill already that day, and I don't remember if I shot a live show or not. But I drank a tumbler of Crown Royal and something else about Yay High. It's one of the big 32-ounce tumblers. I was drinking Crown Royal and I think Mountain Dew, and that was my go-to mixed drink back then. I hated taking pain meds, so I drank a good bit.
Woo.
So, but anyway, by the time they got here, I was already drunk, and then we did the interview, and dude, hold on. So I'm drinking with them on the interview. I met with radio personnel. A guy I'm not going to give his name, but so I had a conversation with Steve. We'll just call him Steve.
Okay.
Send me your stuff. Send me what you think was your best thing. And I was like, understand this. Number one, this is not edited. This is no FCC regulation. And we were drinking on air. He goes, why in the hell would you send me this? I said, because it was real. And it's the most popular thing. If you look me up, you're going to see this is the most popular video I've ever had.
Right.
Thousands of views.
Isn't that crazy, dude? And I could talk to you as a podcaster when you say this. I get some pretty good views on my podcast when I'm interviewing wrestlers. But man, do my numbers skyrocket when I get mad and I come on here and I just let it out. Bro, do them things skyrocket. And I'm like, and you would think that I would take that and just get mad at every little thing that comes along. I don't do that. If I come on, I'm legit mad about something. But the numbers are astronomically stupid when I come on and I get really mad. Now, I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm mad. Because I've been corrected many, many times when I do my rants. Many, many times.
Yeah.
But man, do they skyrocket. I get a bunch of ears listening when I get mad. That's fun though.
And well, the reason is for some of that is because they want to see if you're going to piss off somebody of importance.
Right.
They want to see if you're going to bury yourself. That's what that is. That's why they're watching you. I'll tell you now. That's what they're waiting for you to bury yourself.
One time I named names, and that's Simpson, and oh my gosh, don't even get me started on that dude. But
Oh, no.
that was the only time I ever named names. But most of the time, I'll come on and I'll do my rant. Everybody knows
Oh,
if
if-
they're in our area and it happened in our area, they know who I'm talking about. So I don't have to name the name. But
If
that
you
dude got me
only
so
knew-
mad. I had
If
to go.
if you only knew everything that came out of that, Scott, you know half of
Well,
what happened.
You're gonna have
because
to.
of
You're
that.
gonna have to give me a call tomorrow because it's getting late right now. But you're gonna have to give me a call tomorrow and update me on all that stuff. But man, I'm telling you, that was the maddest I think I've ever been. Is when he started downing some of my wrestling friends and started and just and said that this guy was no good and that guy was no good. And he was at the show that I frequent, which was HWA, and saying all this crap like he was. And then I find out he's not a wrestler. He's not part of any show. He's not part of this, that, and the other. And I'm like, and you're legitimately going to say that out loud? And man,
Well, so here's the way I do that. Here's the way I look at this. Was he involved in something? Yeah, he was involved in something a long time ago.
right.
Was he involved in something in the last couple of years in our area? Yeah, he has been. In the last 5 years, he's been here in the upstate working on stuff. That's not
Okay.
wrong. That's not factual. You know what I'm saying? That's not untrue.
Okay.
But is he involved in anything now? And has he been involved in anything the last couple of years? 1-2 years? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't know the guy. I've never met the man.
Right.
So I got nothing to do with it.
Right.
My point is this. Why did he do that? Did he do that to
He even
excite?
brought my name into it, and that's what got me involved. I would have never got involved.
There's a
until he
reason
put
why.
my name in.
Because he knew you would. So because he knew
Okay.
you would,
Okay.
he goaded you into it. So all you did was bring relevance to him. All you
got you.
did was bring relevance to him.
Well, I spewed the hashtag truth that night, and
Yeah.
everybody understood.
look.
And I'll tell you, there's a lot of people who don't like him at all.
Hey,
I
well,
mean, at
yeah,
all.
Whatever. I don't, like I said, don't know the guy. Not my business.
I know.
But
I know. You ain't
here's-
got no skin in the game. I get it.
No. Some of the people he's gone after are my people as well, aren't
Right.
they? So, right.
Yeah.
So yeah, I do. Now, however, I wasn't there and don't know what was said, so it's a different ballgame.
Right. Right.
Where you'll find me in a crossroads is when you come after people that I'm connected with. You would agree to that,
Right. Right.
and it's for the same reason I said it. It was done to me by
Right.
two people who are beloved and known in this industry.
Right.
They made some backwards remarks about me
Right.
in front of some mutual friends,
Right.
but my mutual friends didn't stand up for me.
That would highly upset me.
That's well, you saw my reaction. Because that's how I am.
Right.
If somebody comes after you, do I go on arrogance? No. Do I talk to them first and make sure
Right.
that they have their facts straight?
Right.
That's a whole nother ballgame. When you can
Right.
talk to certain people and you know that they're going to listen and they're going to have an educated point to what
Right.
they're saying. That's one
Right.
thing. But when you're dealing with somebody who's not able to conduct themselves in an adult manner,
Right.
game's over. You can hang it up.
Well, I've there's been a few people that I've done rants on in this business that, I've been friends with and then not friends with and then friends again and not friends. And, for some reason, it just happens that way. I'm a forgiving person. I really, I don't like having hate in my heart at all. But there comes a time when, and I've said this many times on my podcast, and I truly believe this. I love independent professional wrestling to the point where I don't care who you are. If you're trying to better yourself, I'll bring you on my podcast. Now, I've had many people call me up, and I understand what they're saying. You at one time had told me this, hey, if you bring a better quality wrestler on the show, if you bring a better quality of this, but that wasn't.
That's not what I said. That's not what I said.
Well, some people, okay, then the other people. But what I'm saying is, I'll
to say,
correct
hold on.
myself. I'm not too big
Yeah,
of a
no.
person not to correct myself.
What I
But-
said was with your local audience, bringing on more local guys. That's
Right.
what I said to you.
Right.
Because I think it's cool how you bring these guys in from, West Virginia. Yeah, hell
Right.
yeah. I've had Darwin on my show too.
I'm
He's a cool
going to
guy.
have some people on from Wisconsin here pretty soon.
There you go.
Already
And that's-
in the talks right now. And Wisconsin is, my home state. But who's going to go to a wrestling show in Wisconsin from here? But it's just the fact that they can play this in Wisconsin and get me more views, and we're helping each other out. And that,
right.
They're
Now,
our
that's, like I
podcast.
said, if you were to do North and South Carolina, maybe Virginia, maybe Tennessee and Kentucky,
Georgia.
maybe, well, yeah, Georgia's definite. I don't consider them part of it, but yeah, Georgia's one. Dude, I've got no problem. I've been asked to go to Florida to work. And I've been like, okay, what's the deal? And the deal kind of dictates whether or not I'm interested. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I got you.
I'm all about opportunities and seizing them.
Right.
'Cause-
And there's a difference between us is you do have some health issues, but my health issues keep
I
me at
don't-
home 95%
Yeah,
of the time, where
no.
your health issues, don't.
Yeah, I'm lucky for that part.
Yeah, very lucky, and sometimes I'm
Dude,
jealous of that. I'm not gonna lie to
people-
you. I'll say it out loud.
I'm lucky to be walking, breathing,
Right.
and a lot of people don't realize I'm lucky to be alive. They don't
Hey.
understand. They don't understand the bump I took wasn't a bump in a ring. But
Right.
the injury I sustained was nothing to shake a stick at. I was lucky I didn't break
Right.
my neck and die right there in in a yard. They don't get it, but it's okay. It's not for them to get.
Right.
That's not for them.
Exactly.
If they see me at a show or dude, people have been at my gear bag and they're like, why the hell do you have all this stuff? I'm like, that's mine. That's for my neck. That's for my arm. That's for my head. That's for this. I have certain things. I don't leave home without it because
Right.
I know how I'm going to feel if I need it.
Right. Well, there are certain people in my ring, you being one of them, a few other people that, I associate with at wrestling shows, a couple of the owners, they know, the full extent of my medical stuff. I have 2 tumors in my head that are never going to go away. They're not going to do surgery. I was told I had to if they were to do surgery on those tumors, I'd have less than a 10% chance to live to survive the operation. So that's not I'm
Nope.
10% ain't happening.
Ain't
So
worth it.
yeah, it's not worth it. So at any time, and I've been told by my doctor many times, at any time I could just be perfect, and then the decline's going to be sudden, and everybody's braced for it. And I've said it many times. That's why when I get sick, I hate to do it, but I automatically cancel everything because I know, from my reaction of my body, what's going to happen, and if I'm going to be puking sick, if I'm just going to have a headache, if I just have a headache and that. My show goes on, everything goes on, but I'm not going to be on the show here and, picking up a bucket and heaving into a bucket. I mean, what good is that going to do? You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And me retiring like 5-6 times, trust me, I did not want to do it at any of those times. But at the time I was feeling so bad that's what, my body dictated me and my wife. My wife is in every decision that I make. She sits down and we talk, and trust me, more times than I can count. She's like, Scott, don't do it because you're going to go back anyway. You're not going to stop. You love doing this. You're going to go back. Why are you all you're doing is make like you, and you've done it. You're just going to give people, you're going to give people the stuff to mock you. And I was like, well, if that's the case, that's the case. I know you do it and
Yes.
laughing, I get it. But
No,
there are
it's-
some people out there that don't do it that way.
Well, no, it's. All right, so here's the
here
thing.
we go. Mr. Wrestling Jr., who we've got to have on our podcast at some point. I'm not going to say that first line, but y'all still going, Jesus, Goose. Y'all going to go longer than 7 of my marriages.
He was wrestling Terrible Ted the Wrestling Bear in that image there. That was cool.
Terrible,
Mr.
terrible.
Wrestling Jr. I swear to God, that guy's funny as hell.
That is a good picture right there.
Yeah, he's wrestling Terrible Ted the Wrestling Bear right there. How cool is
my
that?
goodness. And people, if you don't believe Mr. Wrestling Jr. is a real person, he has a Facebook page. Go on there. You
He's
will
as
see
real as they
all
come.
his pictures. You will see everything that
He's got videos to
Trust
prove
me.
he's a real person. He's talking and everything. He proves he's a real person.
He sends me enough videos that I probably know his whole life story. I could probably do a book on his life story. You too, probably, but
The videos are to die for.
They're
Oh, it's
amazing.
just the audio.
amazing.
I even like just the audio clips without the videos. Those are hilarious.
And he
But-
tells the truth. He tells the hashtag truth, by the way.
Call Mark promoter. How do you make it work? Oh Jesus, it's so funny.
Brandon said, "I'll check it out." You got to check
Dude,
it out,
Brandon.
Brandon.
It's hilarious, dude. But that's like, all right. So that's the other thing. Like you and I, me making a joke about the retiring thing. It's only an okay joke if you've cleared it with the other person.
Hey, you
You know
don't
what
even
I'm
have
saying?
to clear it with me.
Well, no, but you and I have
can
had that
laugh at
conversation.
myself.
You and I have
Yeah.
had that conversation.
Yeah.
Where we know that. I've had to cancel my show because of a headache at least once. Hell,
Right.
I've not gone to work because of it.
Right.
But that's part of the concussion shit, post
Right.
concussion stuff.
I can laugh at myself all day long. The only thing that I can't take is when somebody doesn't know me and they want to say something that isn't true. That's when that's when I come on and I have a problem, especially if they're if they're in the business, as we like to say. If they're in the business and they're just trying to smear my name, I'm like you, and I know you would be the same way. You're not just going to stand there and take it. I can easily let it, I can easily do
dude.
this.
I
Without
made a
problem.
video with a backhoe because of it. I mean, come on. I'm like, I trust me, I really can bury you more than once. I promise.
Right.
That's kind of the other thing, though. You've got guys who like what you do, or like what I do, or like what Tom or Chris or Harry or
Right.
or Majestic and Alora or David
Oh.
and Aloysius. They like what everybody does to an extent because they like the part where it's going to help their product.
Right.
Some of the things that they don't like, and we pulled a curtain back too far. I that's because there's occasionally
There's only
that
so much
that
to
happens.
talk about in professional wrestling, and if you're a podcaster, you have to kind of bend the
The other
curtain
and
back a
the
little
other
bit.
explanation to that is look at the Broken Skull sessions.
Right.
Listen to any of the wrestling podcasts out there, from whether it's from Cornette. Oh God, there's a curtain and Cornette's breathing. I don't think so.
It never did come up. If we get disconnected, it's because my cat's jumping all over my stuff. But I'll
That's
tell
fine,
you
my door's
something
locked.
that happened to me about 3 years ago. I don't know if you were podcasting at that time or not, but it shocked me. And I still have the email and stuff to prove it. I legitly got an email from one of the producers of Stone Cold's podcast saying that Stone Cold actually wanted to come on my podcast, that somebody had shown him a clip. I don't know if it was Hobbs or who it was that I was interviewing, and they legit sent me, and I had to verify it because I was like, nah, this is a joke. Somebody's really, pulling my leg. But I legitly called the number and got the office building and asked for that person, and they connected me to that person in that office, and he legit answered the phone and said, yeah, I sent that email. And I almost fell off my chair. They were actually, Stone Cold actually at one point wanted to come on my podcast for a few minutes just because. And he didn't do it.
Why didn't you?
it? I wish he. Trust me, I sent them email. I sent them like 7 emails since, going, man, just 2 minutes, bro, 2 minutes. But he never did. He never did. I mean, his podcast. I mean, this was right when his podcast was, just getting off the ground and stuff like that. Now he's, it's the Stone Cold podcast. Nobody's gonna touch that.
Dude, he's not doing it right now either. He's only unleashing classic stuff.
Right.
Jericho's podcast, depending upon who he's talking to, is decent. Raven's podcast is ridiculous. It is so very hard to follow. But Raven is a guy in this area that I would love to see at a seminar
Right.
because the dude's been around forever, and I'd like to hear what he has to say.
Mr. Wrestling Jr. said, cats jump all over my stuff all the time. Happy Humphrey. That's why I love Mr. Wrestling Jr., bro. I'm telling you.
Jesus.
Yes. It actually has 3 hours and 2 minutes was the longest hashtag truth.
So the Iron Man of freaking podcasting calls Scott Larson to break this record.
Come on, and you have
You're
got
welcome.
the longest. If we end it right now, you have got it beat by 7 minutes.
Oh, I don't think that's enough leg room, Burr. I don't think that's enough leg room. We got to stretch it out some more.
Hey, as long as I see a crooked number up there and the people watching, I will keep it going.
Man.
But man, I enjoy having talks like this about wrestling and everything else that it goes around wrestling and podcasting and podcasters. I want to see more podcasters get together and collaborate like this and talk about their shows and the roundtable idea that you had and we're still doing, by the way, if you know, it's not like it went away or anything, but
busy right now.
Yeah, everybody's busy doing their own thing. It's the holiday season. I get it. But we're starting next year, you know, January, February, we're going to have to do another roundtable, especially after the Rumble.
I may try to throw one in December, actually. I've been toying with the idea of throwing another one in December to see what's going on.
Is Survivor Series before that or right around
Survivor
that time?
Series is this coming weekend.
Okay, so that'd be cool. That'll give us something to talk about.
Well, I mean, we can talk about anything. December is going to be like I had to turn down some. I turned down some shows in December, not because of anything, you know, against them. Just in general, I was like, dude, look, I've got family stuff going on, so I'm going to be real selective with my dates. So you know, I picked and choose my spots.
Well, you know me. If they're indie people and you can't do them, send them my way.
No. I mean, I'm booking as in like going to, and working at a wrestling
shows and doing your thing. Okay,
I'm already into next year with my bookings for the podcast. I'm already into next year with Thursday.
See, I can't see with my health. I can't do it like that. I can only book like a week at a time.
So I'm trying to make it so I'm centering it around the events as they're incoming. You know what I'm saying?
Is cool, because see, you have a different perspective than me. See, I'm an outsider looking in. I'm a fan doing a podcast where you're an actual worker doing a podcast. And that's what's cool about it.
So look at it like this. So when's the next HWA show? Isn't it this weekend?
Yes, this Saturday, 26th.
Okay, so ideally you should have an HWA person on here Friday night. Because
Wednesday.
Okay, Wednesday, Friday. That should be your big pump, getting you to the weekend.
That's what we're doing now. Like I said, the changes are coming.
Right.
Out there,
and then the same would be like if you were, you know, if you were doing, you know, Cole's, you know, you were doing something with Pro Wrestling Union show. Okay, well, you want to have Pro Wrestling Union or a worker from Pro Wrestling Union on there because you want to help. Right. That's the point of it. That's what I usually try to do. That's how I've got mine stacked out. Now I've got Eric and Drago coming on because there's a lot to that show, and we're starting it early, so that way as it gets closer to the event, the rest of the people that don't know me in that company can reach out and they can be like, oh hey, I want this, I want that, whatever.
Mr. Wrestler Jr. said, I'm selected on my dates too. Downtown Bruno said yes to Mildred Burke. Told Mufasa F no.
Told Moolah.
Moolah F no. I said Mufasa. The Lion King. What the heck is wrong with me, dude?
I have no idea. But there's, you know, so that's kind of like my platform. Doing the Sunday show by myself for the most part is a task. It
Right.
is that is a hard thing. It's hard to do a show by yourself.
Now
there's no-
I've discovered again, doing a show by yourself, even for an hour or less. And I know you're a marathon guy. If you don't even do it for 2 hours, something's wrong with you. But I'm discovering that my box. I have the ability to do call-in shows, and man, that changes the game for me because I'm definitely going to do a lot more of those coming soon.
Well,
That was a lot of fun.
I've told people flat up, you send me a direct message, I send you the invite, I'll bring you on air. I don't give a damn.
Right.
Like
No,
I went that far.
That's
You know what I
I mean
mean?
that's cool too. I don't mind doing that, but a lot of people don't want to be seen on air, but they don't mind talking. You know what I'm saying?
Well, they don't have to be seen on air. They don't have to allow camera access. They can pop in with their voice. You know that. There's a button for camera access.
I know that, but some of the people don't. But
well, then there's a way to, that's another
and
education point.
you know for a fact as well as I do, the only bad thing about StreamYard and the only thing I will ever say negative about StreamYard is they make it very difficult to come through that link. If you're a first time person going through that link and you have to and you don't know that you have to okay the audio and the camera, and if you have an iPhone, a certain iPhone, you can't even come on StreamYard.
Yes, you can. You have to copy it and then paste it in Safari. Hit yes, allow camera, yes, allow microphone, and you pop right in. I've done it. I've done it on more than this phone.
Well, you found a way around it. Then I'm gonna have to look that up. But because
it's Safari,
if
you have to use Safari. You can't use Google.
If you go on their website, it says anything less than a iOS 12 or 13 does not respond to StreamYard.
That's the operating system. That's an older operating system, not an older device.
Oh.
So,
if
they have like an iPhone 5G or something, maybe they might struggle. But even the iPad that I have that's old, that iPad's probably 6-8 years old. I don't even know where the hell it came from. I don't. I think my wife got it when she went to school a couple years ago.
Right.
But anyway, that thing, I used that when I went up north, and I was on the road and I did my show from Maryland.
Those aren't the cats I was talking about, Happy. I know. Brandon said roars like a lion. Okay.
Oh man. But either way, dude, the whole StreamYard thing, StreamYard's not a bad program, it's not a bad platform. It's limited once you're in there though.
Right.
You got your backgrounds and you got, you can add buttons and videos and all that stuff, and that's great. But if you have the time to dedicate to it, learning OBS or OSB or whatever it is, dude, that's the way. But I don't have the time for it. I take classes like this, and that's not for anything other than outside of here. Everybody's got a family. Dude, I wanted to bring this up earlier. The funniest thing about the whole angle between you and me was my daughter. Because she was like, hey, that's Destiny's dad. and I'm like, yeah. She said, well, I thought you and Mr. And I thought you and Mr. Scott were friends. No, he pissed me off because he went after Bruno. And she goes, oh, well, no, that's not okay. He can't go after Brino. I don't care. He can't go after Brino. So, it was funny. And then my son at the Holly Cup, he was like, that's the guy you made fun of.
I did not know who he was, and he walks up and he high fives me and he walks off, and he's probably thinking, that guy's an idiot.
That's exactly what happened. It was hilarious, and I'm sitting there dying.
Oh, that's funny stuff right there. I could do stuff like that all day. That's funny stuff. But yeah, I'm going to try my hardest to, the first thing I got to do is figure out how to get this swelling down. And then I want to get out to a lot more shows. AWL is definitely top of my list. I want to get out to more pro wrestling union shows because the first time I went, the only time I went with you, of course, was I loved it. I always go to HWA, HVW. I've been to one show, actually a couple of shows. Yeah, a couple of shows. I'd like to go out there. I'd like to do some more, going down to Greenville and doing some more 3 count. I want to get out to NAWA. I want to get out to the other APW. I want to go out to Fire Pro. Is it called Firestar? I want to get out to that out there.
So,
I mean, Palmetto.
Thomas,
I know that's a pretty long drive, but I want to go down and see a Palmetto show.
dude,
You know, just even if
you
I
talk
only
about
do
a
it
pretty
once.
venue. You talk about a pretty venue.
Yeah.
That is a pretty venue down there, man. It's got a lake or a pond down there right behind it. I think it's a pond on the premises.
Brandon asked, so Scott, what are all they changing to HWA for 2023?
Well,
Brandon,
Mr. Ledford, you will have to tune into the HWA show, so that way you can make sure that you have all that HWA information at the HWA show.
there you go. No, I love that, but I know you're bro.
I'm doing it to promote the HWA show you're doing later this week.
The only thing that my sources are telling me, Brandon, right now is that there's going to be a facelift of the building. And after that, as far as the wrestling side of it, more information will be coming out closer to 2023. So be looking for that. That's the honest answer. Now, I like his answer, too, because you still got to tune into the HWA show Wednesday when I interview Big Country at 4 o'clock. And we get to talking about everything that's going on in HWA.
Now hold on. Is he only allowed to talk HWA stuff, or can he talk other stuff?
Big Country?
Yes.
We're gonna start off talking HWA, and once we get done with that, then we'll do the same thing we're doing here. Me and Big Country do marathons too. I don't think we've ever just got on and did a 30, 45-minute show. I mean, we've always he had the first place for a long time as far as the longest.
Well, see, I know you've got Big Country coming on, so that's why I'm stretching this show out.
Big Country, I guarantee you Wednesday is not going to go 3 hours and 20 minutes. There's no way. I'll be lucky to get an hour out of him Wednesday. Oh my. This thing has just went from a really good podcast to the stratosphere. Let me change the background.
Oh hell!
Oh
Jesus Christ! Jesus! All right, dude. Damn it! My liquor's in my other room.
Mr. Wrestling Jr., welcome to #Truth, and I would like to introduce the Saint to you, sir.
Hello, Mr.
I
Wrestling
just got one
Jr.
question for you. What station does this come on so that way I can tell all my friends at the bingo hall?
It comes on Scott Larson's Facebook page, or you can look me up #Truth on YouTube.
Wait, Facebook. What is that? Is that Twit Face?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. It's
Or the
it's-
Boob
it's-
Tube or
Yeah,
whatever these little sites are called.
Yeah, the little websites. Yeah. Oh,
I
my
see you still
goodness.
got downtown Bruno here. What happened to Slick?
He
Okay,
had
him
to
just like
leave. He
Vince McMahon
tapped
did, I
out
see.
about an hour or so in. He tapped out, but we're
He
still here.
He
with
didn't
the
quite
Saint.
make the 2-minute mark, Mr. Wrestling Jr.
Yeah,
He's not.
Yeah.
He ain't the Iron Man. He's not. He's not in that Iron Man match style, I guess.
I can tell you a little something about Iron Man matches. I once spent 5.5 hours in the bedroom locked in with Mildred Burke. That woman's clitoris is bigger than most of you guys' penises.
That's what happens when you take steroids, eh?
We are definitely we're about 10:30, so it's late night. So
good enough.
anything
Who cares?
Mr. Wrestling says is awesome.
I hope you guys don't mind. I decided to bring some of this screwball since that's exactly who I'm talking to at this point.
Okay, I accept that. I'll accept that.
Hey, I resemble that
Mr.
remark.
Wrestling
It's got peanut butter in it. It's got protein. It's good for you.
There you go, without a doubt. So I've got to ask you, Mr. Wrestling Jr., because I've seen some of your videos, sir. What do you think about today's wrestling? I want your honest opinion on today's wrestling, sir.
I got a lot of opinions about today's wrestling. I think it's bullshit.
Tell me why.
I've got a lot of complaints. Like, for example, you got Goose nowadays, whenever they want to get somebody and want to kick them in the back with one of them Chuck Norris, Bruce Lee, Karate Kid kicks, they don't actually make contact. You know what they do? They
slap
their damn thigh. Get a man in the corner to give him a chest chop. Where's the sound coming from, kids? Is it the man actually hitting him in the chest? Hell no. He slaps his thigh. I actually saw two Goofs at one of these shows not too long ago and a damn lockup. They were slapping each other's thighs like OGT tomorrow. I don't know where the hell this bullshit come from. We never did that back in my day. I mean, in all honesty, the only thigh slapping we did back in my day was when I was sticking my dingus in those girlfriends' gashes and putting them over.
So you said they were locking up and slapping thighs, huh? That's some great stuff. Right?
Oh God.
These kids nowadays, they don't understand the method of working. They think they can just come in and, they get paid before even doing the show. That ain't the way it works. Hey, boss man, let me go ahead and get my $25 now. Hey, boss man, let me go ahead and get my $50 now. Here's my gas receipts. We didn't do that back in the day, guys. You got paid at the box office if you had a big draw.
There you go.
You got money. If you packed the house out, you just went home. Hell, half of us didn't even go home. We just went to the next town and did it all over again.
That is very true. That is very true. Nowadays,
these kids don't even want to stick around in the damn locker room, circle jerking each other. And
now, wait a minute. Don't even talk about breaking down or putting up a ring. You got to talk about that too.
No, we ain't even talking about that. We're talking about circle jerks. You heard of that?
A little too personal, man. A little too personal right there.
Luthez created that hold.
You about made me spit up Mountain Dew all over my mic, man. That's some good stuff right there. So you actually wrestled Luthez?
Hell, I was around when the person that was his manager, talking about Ed Strangler Lewis, I was around when he was the world champion.
So
I was the one that showed
you...
him how to do a proper headlock. You know what we used to call him before that?
What's
Leslie. That was his name.
So that would make you what, 103?
I'm 110.
110. Okay, there you go. And still wrestling strong.
Well, the other thing here to keep in mind, Mr. Wrestling Jr., is you're actually older at 110 than some of these guys weigh at 110.
You know what we used to call that?
Midget wrestling?
Hell no. We didn't have midget wrestling back in the day. Everybody was the same damn height. Oh, what you call that is marks, ticket buyers. They all sat in the damn front row and they imagined wanting to be like us.
I got you. So you're not too into that flippity floppity jump off the top rope stuff?
All right, look here, Happy. We only had 3 moves when we first got started, okay? We had a bear hug, we had a spinning toe hold with the instep, and we had a 450 splash. That's all we had, You
had a 450 splash back in the day?
Yeah, but it's not the same one that you guys think about nowadays.
Okay, I'll play along. What was the 450 splash back in the day?
It's too complicated. I have to show you in the ring. You want to get in the ring with me, Happy?
We'll let Saint.
I guarantee you, we won't call you Happy when it's all over and done with.
No, I'm good. I got problems. So I think from what you've told me in the past about the 450 splash, is that like where they pick them up for the body slam, they spin around real fast and then fall forward? Is that your 450 splash from back in the day?
Like I said, if I had to show you downtown Bruno, like I said, you probably wouldn't be happy either.
Gotcha.
I learned
Okay.
that little tizzy from Mildred Burke.
Well,
You know,
Brandon
she was
said
my second, my seventh, and my 22nd wife.
Oh my goodness. Brandon said,
Oh,
what
man.
about the tombstone pile driver, the pile driver, or the choke slam? You didn't have those back in the day?
Well, shoot, they didn't introduce the pile driver until later on in like the 1940s, and that was like highly, nobody could get up from it. Now you do a pile driver to anybody these days, they get right back up. I mean, where's the psychology in all this? Do you do all these flippity floppity moves, hit each other with DDTs, pile drivers, catch each other on fire, and then they beat people with a damn schoolboy pin? What the hell is that bullshit?
What? Okay, so if I'm getting this correctly, then you started wrestling back pretty much in the days of the Carney days. So you even wrestled without ring ropes.
What are you trying to get at there, son?
I'm not trying to get at anything. I'm just making an observation. You actually wrestled back.
look.
Okay, let me put it to you this way. You actually wrestled back when men were men.
That's right, when men were men, and now we got these outlaw butt show goose nowadays. Overrunning the business. They're in the locker rooms trying to get money off of these stupid ass promoters, and we got stupid ass promoters that are trying to run these shows like that Cole McBubba. Like that little Bobby Keller, you know.
So,
well,
so
I
let
mean,
me
you
ask
know, hold on.
go ahead.
So, I
Go
mean,
ahead.
you mentioned Cole McBubba, and
No,
then
let
Bobby,
me tell you what I did.
and then Bobby Keller.
At the behest of one of my agents, I tried to contact this bug guy, and I said I wanted to get a spot on the show, or there was an opening spot. He hits me back, and he tells me, "Dear Mr. Wrestling Jr., the admission to get in is $10. Kids 12 and under get in for free." I'm thinking to myself, where the hell did that bullshit come from? How come I gotta pay to work, but you can let some little 12-year-old asshole get in the ring for free? That's some bullshit. I don't understand this business.
So
The way
but,
it's
you
been
know,
morphed ever since the damn 80s. You guys have all screwed it all up.
So you mentioned those two guys, little Bobby Keller and Cole McBubba. When you brought them up, those two guys are kind of predominant in this area. They got pretty good names here. They're what a lot of people consider to be the higher echelon of promoters in the
Top
region.
tier, right?
So
All right, let's talk about names. Do they have the Mongolian Stomper?
No,
who?
Do they have Antonio Roca?
no.
They ain't got shit.
Okay.
So Mr. Wrestling Jr., you work under a mask, as we all see. Have you ever had the pleasure of wrestling Mr. Wrestling 2?
Mr. Wrestling 2 tried to copy me. See, I got a copyright on the name Mr. Wrestling Jr., and he couldn't dig it. So you know what he had to do? He had to pronounce the proper punctuation of wrestling, not wrestling, because that's what we called it, as wrestling. That's what it is. But he couldn't be a junior, so he went with the 2. You ever wonder what happened to Mr. Wrestling 1? There wasn't one. I'm the one. Junior is just because that's the name my father gave me when I was reared.
So did you ever wrestle him?
What's that? I can't hear you.
Did you ever wrestle Mr. Wrestling 2?
No, because back then I'm already in my 50s and 60s. I was kind of getting in the back end of the business, trying to change these unappreciated goose that ended up taking over the business.
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Now, did you have a?
You ever heard of a guy named Jumpin' Jeff Farmer?
Yeah, I've heard of
Yeah.
Jumpin' Jeff Farmer.
Did you
have
I
teach
told
him
him
how to
about everything
promo?
he knows in the business except for one thing, and that was cutting a promo.
Gotcha. Yep.
Yeah, we didn't quite make it to that classroom, and some dumbass goof put him up in front of a camera, and you saw what happened.
Now, I heard you had quite the rivalry with Mr. Matt Classic.
That
Is that
classic.
accurate?
That son of a bitch. He thought he was hot shit. Just because he was on that MTV show, Wrestling Society X. We see how great that show lasted. It lasted a lot less than that damn Lucha Underground. Apparently, people
was a
wanted to
damn
see more
shame.
Mexicans wrestle than they wanted to see the MTV generation wrestle.
That's the
I
same
was
about
actually-
Lucha Underground, though.
I was actually, yeah, that was sad because I was actually a fan of Lucha Underground.
But guys, I'm sitting here on my 4th bottle of booze. You can see, this was full when we got started. You see where I am now?
I could see. So you're
See,
telling
this
us
is-
that you
this
need
is
to
proof
numb
of
yourself to
manhood.
talk
You
to
got
us?
these kids nowadays. They had to have their waters and their Alligatorade or whatever that shit's called, and you know, all we had was scotch back in the day, and we were grateful to have it. But now you got kids these days. They got to do these weird flavored waters and these weird protein shakes. There was only 3 proteins that we ate back in the day, and that was steak, meat, beef. We had chicken, your poultry, and the other one was poo-tang. That was our 3 proteins.
You named
Y'all don't
about
know anything
6,
about
but
that
okay.
third one, do you?
Well, steak, meat, and all that is beef, and then the chicken was the poultry. So, and then the third one. So he only named 3 because
Well,
just because it's a different cut of the cow doesn't mean it's a different meat, different
Gotcha.
type of meat, right?
No,
Gotcha.
3 different types of proteins. You had your beef, you had your poultry, and you had your poo-tang.
Oh, there it is.
Gotcha.
Protein.
Those
Gotcha.
were your 3.
Gotcha.
Now, there was a story about some promoter who couldn't pay you. Do you recall that story?
Well, you gotta
The promoter- Let's see, the
understand.
promoter couldn't pay you,
There was a-
and
No,
you went to
here-
go raid
here's
his
the
liquor
thing,
cabinet.
You know, back at the back in the twilight of my career, and this is where you see my profile picture where I've been wrestling Terrible Ted the Wrestling Bear. Well, we were booked on some shows. Oh, I think I know what you're talking about. Are you talking about Muncie, Indiana?
Yes, yeah,
Okay,
Muncie.
all right. Let me tell you guys that little tizzy, and I'll tell you what it was. All right, so you know, kids these days, they think that they could just get paid no matter what they do. They're supposed to get money. No, you get it at the box office. But if you didn't get it at the box office, we had other ways of compensation. You know, for example, one of my favorite things was you raided the promoter's liquor cabinet, but during the time there was prohibition. So, you know, sometimes that was out the window, or sometimes you had one of those promoters that didn't drink because he wasn't a man. So the other way of getting compensation was that you went back to the promoter's house and you had sex with his wife right there in front of him. So, as I said, I was in Muncie, Indiana. This is back in 1921, and we had a drawing gate of 25 people. There was 15 matches on the card. All of them were trios, and none of us knew what the hell a trios match was. It was just something they were just trying out. You know, but the promoter was a dairy farmer named Farmer John Brunson. Well, he didn't have any money for me, and he didn't drink alcohol, so there was only one solution. I followed him back to his farmhouse. I told him to bring me your wife. I'm going to put her over right there in front of you, pal. Well, he brought out Darlene to me, and I got one look at her. And for about 5 minutes, I thought about having sex with Farmer John because she was so ugly I couldn't get an erection. Well, I thought better of the situation. Not that there's anything against that these days. I don't want to be canceled by anybody. But anyway, I decided to sleep out in this barn. He kept this prize cow Betsy out there. And
This is not
I tell you what, fellas, I miss that old heifer. Best lover I ever had. Next to Mildred Burke. But to get back to that Terrible Ted story, you know, twilight of my career, we're touring the Southwest on a whole bunch of these state fair shows. You know, they're paying Terrible Ted all the money in the world, and they're paying me peanuts. And I don't mean just chump change. I mean, they're really giving me bags of peanuts. That was my pay.
It would have
Some
made
of
more
them didn't
sense for
even
the
have the
bear.
nuts in them. It was just a damn shell. So
It
I was
would have made
getting
more
chipped.
sense to feed the bear that.
So me and Terrible Ted, we were out drinking one night, and we went through about maybe 12 bottles of scotch. No telling how many bottles of whiskey and beer and all sorts of stuff. And I was feeling really down about myself. I was thinking about walking away from the business altogether. And Terrible Ted gave me some of the best advice about the business that I ever received. And I'm going to share that with you guys at this time.
Okay.
I'm telling you what, man, it was the most beautiful speech any person has ever given me. And he's been my best friend ever since that time. And I miss that damn bear, And I didn't discriminate because he was both Canadian and a black bear or anything like that. I loved him like a brother. You got to excuse me. I got to take
I'm
a drink.
speechless. I don't even have any more questions. I'm speechless, bro.
Well, all right. So, out of Mr. Wrestling Jr., out of the current crop, as we would say, of local talent in the region, who are some of the guys you would like to work with, or who do you think you'd have good in-ring chemistry with?
Oh, good question.
Out of anybody that's in the area right now,
Yeah.
what should I know? I don't know any of these damn goofs. I take that back. There's only one that I've seen that I've been very, very impressed with, and that's been that Chase Emery fellow. Because, he's like an actual legit wrestler, unlike everybody else out on the indie scene nowadays. This kid actually went to college. He had a wrestling scholarship, won the state championship on 2 occasions. That's a real man right there. I mean, what the hell has a kid cutter ever done? And what the hell is a kid cutter anyway?
Okay, I got you.
Sounds like a gang member name for one of them Broadway musicals. Coming out in the streets instead of actually doing anything.
What's your opinion on Chase's manager, Vanderfuck?
Hell, I think he's one of the smartest men in the business right now.
Oh boy.
What?
That's setting the bar low. What?
You don't agree with me? I would think that out of anybody in this little circle right here, it would be me that would know a thing or two. What accomplishments have you guys had, huh? I mean, what have you guys done in the near 90 years that I've been a part of this business? What have you guys ever done, huh? You sit on your little podcast thrones with your dozens of viewers. Let me tell you something. While you guys are satisfied with your dwindling astronomical numbers of 8 to 7 people at a time, I was selling out places like the Chase. Okay? I don't need your guff and I don't need your bullshit.
Dozens of people. I'd be proud with dozens of people watching my show. I don't know about you, but oh my gosh. Okay. Hey, I apologize if I ruffled your feathers a little bit, but
it's okay, Happy. I just had a few to drink. That's all.
You're good, man. You're totally good. I'm glad you came on, and I respect your answers.
and Bruno, and I don't mean to be snappy with you. I love what you did with Bertha Faye over there at WWF back in the 90s.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Of a man to be taking that kind of a pounding from a woman that size. I gotta tell you that much.
Oh God, I'm choking up. I'm laughing so
hey,
hard.
Everybody gotta get paid.
All right, Mr. Wrestling Jr. I have to ask this because I know it's the elephant in the room. You talking about people being a man in wrestling and doing all this, but yet you wrestle under a hood. Why do you wrestle under a hood if you're such a man?
Well, I can answer that with 3 simple letters: FBI.
FBI. Okay, I'm dumbfounded. I'm one of them dumb people. I'm sorry.
The Federal Bureau of Investigation.
FBI.
Like how? Dude,
okay.
damn.
Duh. Okay.
They've been after me for years.
Tax
They want to know.
evasion.
So
They
you
want to
don't
know
pay your
who's responsible
taxes
for
or
Lux
what?
Honda heist.
The heist.
I might have some information about that.
I bet you do.
I'm glad he said the FBI because that's way more logical than what I was thinking. I figured he was all gigged up from the blades. Or he was so old the mask was holding his head together still. One of the two. One of the two was the only logical answer I had.
The mask only comes off partially just in case I need to go down into really tight spaces, if you know what I mean.
Oh my goodness. Do you?
You don't want that. You don't want to carry the, you don't want to. You already got the flavor saver there. I don't know if you want your mask soaked in that for when you're you're going in the ring.
The Saint was too embarrassed to ask this, and he asked me to ask you. But do you shower with the mask on?
Of course I do.
Okay.
You got to keep this thing nice. What do you think? What do you think keeps it shiny?
I got you. I just
You use
wanted to know.
oxypads.
He wanted to know.
I wanted. Fairly confident if I wanted to ask him a question, I'd just come out and ask him. I mean, damn.
Shh.
Let me ask you guys a question now. Just being all seriousness and all this. Do you honestly believe that modern day wrestling, the way that the bullshit and the mockery and everything that it is today, is better than the days of a Gorgeous George, or even before that of Lou Thez, or even of like back when George Hackenschmidt was the world heavyweight champion? Can you honestly tell me that today's wrestling is better than that wrestling back then?
Nope.
I would say no, but then I would also in the same breath say different era, different times. You wrestled when you began your wrestling in the Carney age and went through the 20s and 30s and the 40s and you saw how the territories developed. Did you not, sir?
Yes, of course. See, look, I remember.
So why do you think that
everybody knows about? Hold on. Everybody knows about the NWA, the National Wrestling Alliance,
right?
But does anybody know that before the NWA that you know of now, which has been bastardized by that punk ass rock musician Billy Corgan, before all that, there was another promotion, a government body. It was the National Wrestling Association. That was before the NWA and what you know of now. See, a lot of people forget about that. And that's what I was a part of. I was part of the association, not the alliance.
So you're a part of the original territory.
Yeah, I'm Skippy.
Well, so what's your beef against Corrigan?
What's my beef against who?
The Billy Corgan, the current owner of the NWA. What's your beef against him?
First off, his music sucks. Zero is right. That's what he is. He's a zero. Bullet with butterfly wings. I wish a bullet would go through his head sometimes.
So I have to ask you, if wrestling nowadays is so bad, why are you still wrestling?
Because somebody's got to put up the good fight and bring the glory days of wrestling back. I'm going to teach these young punks how it's done. That's what I'm here for. I'm trying to save the business that I love, that I've been a part of for the best of 90 years.
Well, Jesus,
that
Scott,
includes you, Happy. That includes you, Bruno. And Bruno, you had such a good start. You were working with people like Lawler, and now you're over here with doing this stuff, and I don't quite understand.
Fall from grace, man. A fall from grace. You aren't on the top of the card anymore, are you? You understand, don't you?
Ouch.
What are you talking about? I'm not on top of the card.
Ouch. That was a shot if I ever heard one. Yeah. What do you have to say to that,
You
Mr.
know, the
Wrestling?
main event is up here. That's the top of the card. See that poster beside Scott on the right? That's the main event up at the top.
That's the main event.
Yeah. So
You're,
like
you're
I said,
down here right now.
so you went from being on top of the card.
If I'm getting paid more than the person that's going on last, do you think I honestly care?
I never have.
Because
There
that's
you
what it's
go.
all about, boys. It's about being a man. It's about being recognized. It's about that money too. And let me tell you
So-
something. I made a pretty penny. In fact, if things would have went the way it should have went, Vince McMahon wouldn't have had to create the $1 million man Ted DiBiase just because he was wanting to have some weird fetish of having somebody else live out his fantasy. Hell, I had the money when Ted was a little boy. Y'all probably don't know this, but Hilda Hine, his mother, me and her shacked up, and they produced a child. That's right.
Uh-oh.
Theodore should have been Theodore Wrestling.
Uh-oh.
But then I got sent to Puerto Rico, had to do some matches over there, and then, well, we're just gonna say that drugs is bad. Don't associate with drugs. But I ended up in prison for 5 years, and when I came back to the States, freaking Iron Mike adopted the boy and took him under his own. I'm glad that bastard had a heart attack in the ring.
So when you were wrestling over there, and you found out that one of the things that they actually did over there was throw urine on you for respect, what did you
I
think
can
about
barely hear
that?
what you're saying, Happy. But you know,
got the
I probably
microphone.
have some kids that are in this business that probably
microphone?
don't even know it.
Not you.
You know,
him.
there was this one time I was in Memphis, and there was this lady named Olive. She gave birth to a child February 25th of 1949. Now, I never know whatever happened to the kid, but I heard he got adopted by some nice family and moved out to Minneapolis for a little while. After that, I kind of lost track of it, you know.
That was the Fleer family, right? The Fleer family?
Lear family.
Fleer,
I don't know. I
yeah.
never figured it out.
Oh, man. It sounds like the Fleer family.
I just know he was born February 25th of 1949. That's all I know.
Hmm.
I think we originally called him Freddie, but you know, I just lost track. You know, I wasn't really a good father. In fact, there's only one child that I actually laid claim to, and even then, I don't even really like to lay claim to him. He's not in the wrestling business. His name's Matthew Wrestler. He didn't want to be known as Wrastlin. He's Matthew Wrestler, and he's a interior designer. Him and his significant other, Fajojo, you know, they don't have anything to do with me or anything like that. So, you know, he was always a little whiny prick, you know, like a lot of these modern day wrestlers are nowadays. I gotta get my spot in, boss.
The comment section has to be dying right now.
What are you talking about?
Actually, we have been. Actually, I ain't gonna lie to you, but I am gonna clip this total interview out, and I'm gonna just play the interview on my channel. But we everybody's went to bed.
Wait a minute, which channel is that? Is that
we've been
channel
on.
2? Is that channel 3? Or is it that obscure channel 46 one, the one that's like really fuzzy,
Yeah,
but sometimes at like 1 p.m. you
That's
get that
the
weird
one
station
where you
that's
gotta
like,
hold the antenna
you know,
out
you
there
see a
just
little bit
right
of the
to get it.
boobages?
Yeah, that one. Yeah, that
Yeah.
one.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, it's the one where the wife has to go out there and hold the antenna just at the right angle, and yeah, that one.
I'm all about the tatas, you know.
But I'm definitely going to be clipping this interview out and putting it out, just the interview itself, because we've lost all fanfare, man. We're at 0, unfortunately, and that's a shame, because if we would have had you on when we began this show, our numbers would be on easily the 60s or 70s.
That's because I'm a ratings hit. You know,
I will.
He's
You
a
have
box
definitely
office
got
draw.
to come
I'm
back.
the record breaker. I'm the deal maker. You know,
So one last question before, because we're gonna call it at the 4-hour mark. One last question for you, Mr. Wrestling. What would you consider your best match ever? Who was that? Who was you in as a singles competitor? What was your best match ever, and who was your opponent?
best match ever was probably when I was over in Japan. I was working with Ricky Dozen. Me and him, you know, we always had fantastic matches, and afterwards we'd always go to the nightclubs and everything like that. We always had a great time. Except for this one time, I accidentally stepped on this Yakuza guy's foot, and I blamed Ricky for it, and thought it was all funny until Ricky ended up getting stabbed in the abdomen. You know, next thing you know, he got the surgery and whatnot. And I wanted to cheer him up because he was feeling down. So I got him some sushi and I got him some sake and everything like that. The doctors told him no, 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 but I'm like yes, 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 yes. Well, I haven't been back to Japan since he passed away. So,
So you made him kick the bucket, huh?
but anyway, fellas, I'm gonna go ahead and finish off this bottle. And if you ever want to do an interview with me, I'll consider it happy. I'm not so sure about you.
Yeah, I understand. I'm not for everybody. I'm not for everybody.
I got you. I will definitely be reaching out to your people and seeing about setting a date for an
You just
interview.
make sure that you have that envelope ready for me first, okay?
Of course. I've dealt enough with King Enterprises to know about the envelope.
All right, well, I'm gonna get off of here and go watch some more of the Beverly Hillbillies. You know, they got that running all night now.
You go do your thing, sir, and I appreciate you coming on hashtag. There you go.
Well, hey, at least with him, you don't have to clear it with me first before you pay for the interview. Jesus.
Right.
Oh,
now
man.
I will actually say that, and we're gonna end it on this going back to the podcast. And thank you, Mr. Wrestling Jr., for coming on.
Yeah.
That was awesome. And like I said, I am going to download this whole thing, and I'm going to clip that whole segment, and I'm just going to put that on the air so everybody can who tapped out on us, as we like to say, and missed that. I'm definitely going to put that out there for other people.
We probably
to see.
lost them all talking business podcast shit. To be honest
No,
with you.
actually, we had like 4 or 5 people that were actually listening and giving comments during that. When Mr. Wrestling came on, unfortunately, is when we went down to 0.
Oh no, man! Oh god!
I didn't want to say that while he was on here, but
Oh, that's the thing. They don't know what they're missing.
right? And that
Oh,
was
my
that
God.
was. Oh
Yeah.
man! If anything, you're definitely going to get a schooling in some old school wrestling.
Oh, definitely. I mean, and the kicker with this is you need to like have that clip ready to go and use it as a seminar at every wrestling show.
Oh yes, that's what I want to do when I get him on. Is I want to actually get into real wrestling. He said there was only 3 moves back in the day. I want to know, were the matches longer than 2-3 minutes? I'm just curious to know how you got through a whole match with only 3 moves. But of course, we have wrestlers today. I mean, The Rock only had 3 moves, and look how great he became.
Cena, yeah.
Cena, yeah, Cena.
Hogan.
3 moves, 4 moves,
Well,
maybe.
Hogan only had 3 moves here in the States, but if you go watch the Hogan from Japan, oh my God, dude.
Right.
He knew how to work.
Exactly. Right. And that was and the thing about it without them guys were, and everybody has their own opinion, the charisma outweighed the wrestling with a lot of those guys.
Well, right. But see, Cena could actually work anyway as well.
Right.
He could
Right.
work even before him when he was, in OVW. Same with The Rock.
Right.
Or,
Right.
whatever development he went through.
Rocky Maivia or whatever he was at the time.
Yeah,
back
Rocky
then.
Maivia when he first came out. The Blue Chipper. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's Blue Chipper right there. Yeah. Dude,
Yeah.
the goofy ass hair with the Jerry curl juice and shit and the blue
Do you
streamers.
honestly think he would have got the push he got if he wouldn't have been a 3rd generation wrestler? Think about it. Back when he first started, no rock gimmick, just Rocky Maivia, the blue chipper. Do you think he
As Rocky Maivia? No, never, ever,
Yeah,
ever, ever.
Yeah.
Mid card at best.
When they
But look at Mark Marrow. Look at Mark Marrow. Wild Man Mark Marrow or Marvelous Mark Marrow, right?
right.
That gimmick never would have equaled anything bigger than a mid card. However, Mark Marrow, very talented wrestler, very innovative,
Right.
had a good look. I'm one to believe that if he wasn't such a hard partier, he would have been way bigger. And also, if he had been taken more seriously, I think the Wild Man gimmick.
We were talking technical wrestlers. Dean Malenko wasn't a world champion at every place, but my God, what a wrestler! He was a mid card, buzzsaw. But I mean, he was, my God, technical wrestler. The man of 1,000 holes doesn't even begin to describe how good of a wrestler that guy was.
And people can say what they want to about Benoit too. Benoit was a fantastic wrestler. Dynamite Kid, Owen Hart.
Outside the ring, can't stand it, but inside the ring, you cannot deny he was a great wrestler.
Owen Hart. I think Owen Hart was the best wrestler out of the Hart family, out of the brothers.
I would. It's close. It's close.
He was more entertaining than Brett.
Yeah, I'll agree with that. He had more charisma than Brett. I'll give you that.
Brett was a charisma vacuum.
Yeah, Brett was serious. Brett's part of his gimmick was he was serious. He was the his moniker said it all. The best there is, the best there was, the best there ever will be. That's what he played up to. He wasn't in there to entertain anybody. He was in there to win and get paid.
So when I was growing up, I should say, Hogan had the world title, and King Kong Bundy might have been after him, and this one and that one, and Ultimate Warrior and all that, right in that era. Okay,
right.
Your mid card was Shawn Michaels and Bret Hart, and the Intercontinental title. Oh. That was my title that was the one I wanted. I didn't want the world, but I wanted that one when I was a kid. That was the cool thing to me. So
I mean, look at the list of Intercontinental champions. I mean, it's a who's who of wrestling. I mean, yeah, I agree with that.
Pat Patterson, Shawn Michaels, Razor Ramon.
You can go on and on. You can go down the whole list of all the Hall of Famers, and they held the Intercontinental title without a doubt. You're starting to yawn, so it looks like you're about to tap out. So
I've been yawning for 2 hours. That don't matter. I yawn anyway.
We've been over 4 hours. We're about to get out of here because I have to go and download this, and I have to clip out the Mr. Wrestling segment and put it up on my page for all the viewers to watch tomorrow, so they can actually sit down and watch that and enjoy it, because about a little over 3 hours into it, people start tapping out for good.
Well, so here's the thing. I can see the kicker the counter on this screen, whereas I can't see it on that screen. Right. I know you can see it over here. But I was thinking, I wonder if the counter is different on my side than it is on your side.
It's 401, 07, 08, 09.
No, I have a viewer on my screen. Do you have a viewer on your screen is the better question.
Yeah.
Okay, then the counter is accurate from here to there.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to figure. That's what I was talking about.
If both parties have StreamYard, they both get to see everything up top. So, which is weird. This is
the share. This is my share of of your podcast. Yeah. Your live show.
But what's really cool is if you have StreamYard and somebody else has StreamYard on like Facebook and that, what a lot of people don't realize is you can go on their videos on Facebook, click on them, and you can see how many views they've got.
You don't even have to click on them. You don't even have to click on them. On the phone.
You can look at the bottom. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. You just thumb through it. Oh, believe me, I check views on everybody's shit every week. I like to make sure. I like to make sure everybody's doing good.
Hey, look at this. We start talking crap that's outside Mr. Wrestling. We got 2 people on watching. So, hey, we just lost one.
It's so weird. That was probably him. That was probably Mr. Wrestling Jr. trying to figure out how to turn off his cell phone gimmick. You guys still, yes,
Guys, still live. Yes, we are still live. We're about to go on. He said, "Damn, we're about to head on out of here." Real Drago,
Dude,
we're about to get out.
Drago,
We're
you missed that ending segment with Mr. Wrestling. You would have
You gotta
died
go
laughing
back
at
and
that.
watch Mr. Wrestling, Drago.
Well, you're
Without
gonna
a
clip
doubt.
it out anyway.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Oh my
clip it out and
God.
show it, but without a
hilarious.
doubt. But man, Saint, I appreciate you coming on, man, for this 4-hour marathon. I usually don't go this long. I think this is the longest you've ever been on, isn't it?
No, I think I've got 4.5.
Oh,
think
wow.
I've
I can't
got
do
4
another
and
30
something.
minutes, bro.
I've got 4 and something. I don't know what it is, but it's up there. It's in the 4-hour range. I'd have to go
Oh,
look on
my
my
goodness.
YouTube. Yeah, you know what? You got time tomorrow. You can look it up on YouTube to tell what it
I
is.
will, but I did not imagine when I came on earlier, when I asked you and Harry to come on, that we would be on here for over 4 hours, but I enjoyed every minute of it.
Record breaking. Record
I-
breaking. That's what we're here for.
I'm going to do a few things, like I said, afterwards, and that bed right there is going to get hit really quick. I'm an old man. I can't.
You got to
I can't
do well.
all
You
this.
got to do the promotional part. Did you do all your promotional jobs?
Oh yeah. I did my
Okay.
video this morning and put out all the shows and stuff like that, and then I got, like I said, I'm going to clip a few things out of this one and put it up so people who won't watch the marathon, don't have the time, can watch different segments. So I'm going to have some fun with it.
Tomorrow night I'll be on at 7 with Peaches and Power Bombs, and then I'll be on at 8 on my own show, interviewing Eric Nelson of Stranglehold Championship Wrestling and the Real Drago. Yep, it's not normally every Tuesday. It's normally every Thursday. Tomorrow night's a special episode
Oh, okay.
where I'm doing that. I appreciate the ad though.
I got you. Every Thursday. I'm sorry.
it's every
I jumped the
You
gun,
can
but
fix it.
every Thursday and Sunday night at 8 p.m.
Yep, and that
And
was
then,
when
of
that was why I shaved
Go
my
ahead.
face.
And then, of course, we had HBT on earlier, the Straight Up Wrestling Show, and Christopher Burton, the People's Podcaster. He was at work, but he chimed in with a couple of comments. So I'm glad to see them guys. Harry tapped out about an hour or so into it, and we
Not
went
quite
on for
the 2 hour
another
mark.
3 hours.
He was just under the 2 hour mark.
Yeah, I got you. Well, there you go. Well, thank you guys for showing up to Hashtag Truth. And like the man over here said, go check out the Wrestling Wire. He's going to be interviewing the Real Drago. He's going to be interviewing Eric Nelson in the same show. That's going to be an amazing show, ladies and gentlemen.
Now listen, one thing I've got to tell you about your show, and this is all of them. When you do your ending, after you say the hashtag truth, then go up and hit the end cast button, because every now and then what you'll do is you'll say, and that is the,
And I'll hit it.
and I'm like,
But wait.
What?
If you're a real fan of the show, that's a perfect time to end it, because then they're saying or muttering under their breath the hashtag truth.
okay, well maybe it's my OCD of professionalism annoying me. I don't know.
I'm just
It's-
joking. No,
I
I
know.
do hit the button early probably because I'm just ready to get off or whatever. But yeah,
Man, thank you. It was a fun show. I had a lot of fun tonight.
always, without a doubt. And so here we have it. We're at the end. Everybody, we've got, you heard about his shows. I've got shows from now all the way to Friday. The only day I'm taking off is Thursday, so be looking out. I've got a video on my page describing all the shows and the times for those. So thank you very much. And everybody out there, if you don't watch any of the shows, if you just watch this 4-hour marathon, we'll be happy with that. Have a happy Thanksgiving. And that is the hashtag truth. We'll see you guys tomorrow night.
Thank y'all. Have a good one.